Déclaration de députés, statements by members. Alors, the honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize the Dixie Presbyterian Church, the oldest church in Peel Region. On June 3rd, I attended the congregation's worship under the leadership of Minister Reverend Karen Pazios in celebration of their 140th anniversary. Their first service was held on June 16, 1878. The congregation met in the old Dixie Chapel, the little stone building on the corner of Cawthra Road and Dundas Street. Initially, the congregation served a predominantly rural community. Today, it lies in the midst of a bustling intersection within the city of Mississauga. The congregation for all 140 years has been an active member of our community, with outreach work directed at community members of all ages, aiding the vulnerable, providing spiritual guidance, and organizing community picnics for more than 100 years. I wish the Dixie Presbyterian congregation another 140 years of success, as this organization is the embodiment of the community spirit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my riding, residents of Old Fort have had their lives upended with a landslide that took out the power lines and the only road leading in and out of that area. Power just came back this week and a temporary road has been made to provide some access. But much more needs to be done, Mr. Speaker. A GoFundMe fundraiser has also been started to help those who are in financial need. I've been blown away by the number of people who have come forward willing to volunteer their time to help free of charge, Mr. Speaker. Special thanks today to Jeff Garrison, Christy Pym, Rui from D Bauer Mechanical, Northern Metallic Sales, Kevin at Bailey Helicopters, Adam at Moose FM, Matt at Alaska Highway News, Tony and Sarah Warner at the Evangel Downtown Church, David Ergang, River Boaters, Jason Lindley, David Truchansky, Dan Toes, Ty Wheat, Alfred Lowen, Darwin Pym, Rick Walters, and many others. And to the countless unnamed others who are helping at the PERD, EOC, those who are volunteering, and those who volunteered to help. I can't thank you enough. To the residents of the Old Fort, we care about you, and we are here for you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to two long-term residents of Don Valley East. Don Fernandez was renowned for his community services and for being a champion of social justice. Soon after moving to Canada, he volunteered many hours to help those less fortunate. He was deeply devoted to his wife Sybil, son Keith, daughter Sharon, and her husband Jamie. Don passed away in March 2018 at the age of 71. Paul Selig was very active in his community and was known for his deep thinking about all issues. Paul was a passionate volunteer for issues that he cared about most: fairness in society and compassion for fellow Canadians. Paul lives behind his wife Elizabeth and his sister Janet, as well as two children. Paul passed away in June 2018 at the age of 66. Mr. Speaker, they will be sadly missed in our community. Thank you.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Canadians can't wait, and the members of my riding of North Island Powell River cannot wait for a home. From service providers telling stories of homeless people and those at risk of homelessness, to families looking for a home to call their own, seniors who are at risk of eviction or living in hotels, single people living forward to a home in a bachelor suite, or families worried that they may lose their children because they cannot find an appropriate home, women fleeing from violence with or without children, businesses that cannot attract people to work for them because the new employees cannot find a place to live, waitlists for affordable housing that are too long to ever catch up, the lack of supportive housing for people who need a foundation to build on, municipalities who are working as hard as they can with the little that they have. Too many across this country of Canada cannot wait for a home any longer. I request that this government open more funds to their national housing strategy. Just 10% of funding for the next election is not enough. This is an emergency and needs to be treated as such. Thank you.
The
honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, Great Wars, Great Women is the title of an exhibition I had the chance to inaugurate this week. It was put on by the Canadian Museum of War in Ottawa and will run at the Explorail Museum in Saint-Constant until January 6, 2019. It tells the story of women who contributed to the war effort by supporting injured soldiers and their families, both in Canada and abroad, and by helping significantly to manufacture military equipment in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to mention the tremendous work of Emila Zalewski, Kathleen McGrath, Molly Lamb-Bobek, and Edith Anderson-Moncher, who through their volunteer work allowed women to broaden their horizons and to take their rightful place in the labor market. A few days from Remembrance Day, I would be remiss if I didn't also mention the contribution of Canadian veterans, the men and women who risked their lives to defend our country and its freedom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to stand here today to congratulate several of my riding's truly outstanding leaders. Earlier this week, 13 grade 5 students from Vanscoy, Saskatchewan learned that their hard work to make their world a better place was being recognized with a trip to We Day in Winnipeg. The civic engagement of these girls is inspiring, and I wish them a wonderful trip as they travel to Manitoba later this month. I would also like to express my appreciation to WestJet for making this trip possible. Thank you for giving these remarkable students the opportunity to gather with other young Canadians who are working hard to bring about positive change both at home and around the world.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, next Friday, the Cercle des Fermières in Saint-Basile-le-Grand will celebrate its 50th anniversary. It's celebrating 50 years of working to improve conditions for women and families and to help pass on local cultural and artisanal heritage down through generations. This group offers the women of Saint-Basile-le-Grand and the related area a forum to share their sewing, knitting, and embroidery skills and to allow them to participate in provincial contests. Always seeking young members to continue the tradition, they also offer a training program to youth in our community. They are deeply altruistic and make clothing for hospitals and shelters to help out those who need it the most. I had the pleasure of meeting some of the members of this group on a couple of occasions, and every time I'm amazed by their commitment to their community. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the life and passing of an unsung community hero, Beverly Cowie, a member of the Anishinaabe from the community of Hiawatha First Nation, a proud member of the Canadian Armed Forces, and a military police officer. Bev's career took her to the center of many key national and international events, from providing security for the 1976 Olympics to Hong Kong in 1978, helping bring Vietnamese refugees to Canada, to her time as a Middle East peacekeeper, and to search and rescue missions in northern Quebec. After a distinguished 17-year career in our armed forces, Bev went on to graduate from both Trent and Brock universities, beginning the second phase of her life as a community advocate and volunteer. What may be most remarkable about her life, Mr. Speaker, is that she did it all while being a single mother and role model to her 2 children, Chad and Rochelle. Bev was an example of someone we as Canadians can be extremely proud of. Merci, miigwech.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, dust off your decoys and don your camo. Falls here and hunters throughout my riding are celebrating the arrival of hunting season. Northern Alberta is a hunter's paradise, teeming with ducks, geese, deer, and moose. It's a time of a camaraderie outdoors, time to pass on our traditions to our children, and a time to put meat in the freezer. Hunters are law-abiding and conscientious firearms owners. They're not criminals. Bill C-71, if it becomes law, will make these people put their names on the Liberal gun registry. Their registry targets hunters, not gang members. We need to shoot down this ineffective bill and put our sights on the real criminals, people who commit crimes. Mr. Speaker, I'm a hunter. My family and relatives are hunters, and the First Nations in my riding are also hunters. We shoot game to feed our families. The government's going after the wrong people. We're not the criminals, we're hunters. As Uncle Si says, that's what I'm talking about, Jack.
L'honorable député de Saint.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent.
Hellenic communities across Canada and around the world will come together to celebrate Ohi Day. La nuit du 20...
On October 28, 1940, Ioannis Metaxas, then Prime Minister of Greece, was given an ultimatum from Benito Mussolini. Allow the Italian army free passage into Greece to occupy strategic sites there, or go to war with the Axis powers.
Metaxas was quick to reply in French, alors c'est la guerre. While this
Well, then it's war.
the Hellenic population considered Metaxas' response an act of bravery. The Greeks held the Germans back for 6 weeks, playing a pivotal role in the outcome of that war. As Sir Winston Churchill said, hence we will not say that Greeks fight like heroes, but that heroes fight like the Greeks. This Sunday, I'm looking forward to seeing members of the Hellenic community of the Greater Montreal area to honor the heroes of World War II. Zito Yelada, Zito Canadas.
L'honorable député de la Salle-et-Marne.
The honourable member for La Salle-et-Marne, Verdun. Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, the Force Avenir Gala was held. It honors and promotes student engagement. A young woman from Verdun, Marie-Philippe Gill, was particularly distinguished herself by taking home the Avenir Trophy. She's a young engineering student at ETS and was a bit nervous about entering a male-dominated field of study. She chose to channel that energy toward promoting gender parity in the world.
Les Ingénieurs, encouraging the integration of women in engineering, and is a massive social media influencer through her Girl Knows Tech blog, which is partly how I got to know her. Marie-Philippe, je tiens...
Marie-Philippe, I want to congratulate you personally for your commitment to the tech world. Your story is a source of inspiration for many young women in Canada and elsewhere.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's carbon tax is a classic example of giving with one hand, taking away with the other. With one hand, the Prime Minister is claiming that Canadians will be receiving generous rebates. Meanwhile, the other hand pickpockets Canadians and delivers a sucker punch to the economy, particularly in rural areas. Only Liberal logic could ever argue that a tax will result in Canadians receiving more money. If the Prime Minister is feeling so generous, why is he taxing Canadians in the first place? The best place for hard-earned money is in the pockets of those who've earned it. The collection of carbon tax dollars will come at a huge cost while being administered by more and more bureaucracy. I'll never understand how the Liberal Party is unable to grasp this concept. Bigger government means more spending. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and the Liberal government needs to stop bribing Canadians with their own money, and he needs to keep his hands out of our pockets.
The honourable member for Saint-Boniface, Saint-Vital. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, school board and municipal elections were held in Winnipeg.
Congratulate Brian Bowman on his re-election for a second term as mayor of the city of Winnipeg. Congratulations also to all new and returning city councillors,
particularly those whose wards are in my riding. Brian Mays in Saint-Vital, Matt Allard in Saint-Boniface, Marcus Chambers in Saint-Albert-Saint-River, and Sean Nason in Transcona.
I look forward to working collaboratively with the mayor and all of City Council to improve Winnipeg's infrastructure, build new housing, support public and active transportation, and help develop strategies to partner with Winnipeg's growing urban Indigenous population.
I also want to congratulate all of the school trustees who were elected to the Franco-Manitoban School Board and the Louis Riel School Board.
Thank you to all the candidates for presenting your vision for the city of Winnipeg and Manitoba.
The honourable member for Essex.
Our country is suffering under a lack of housing, and rural communities like ours in Essex are paying the price of extreme inaction of governments to address this basic human right. Safe and affordable housing is one of the most important factors affecting our health and well-being. I want to share the words of Joyce Zuck, the Executive Director of Family Services Windsor Essex. She said, quote, The homelessness crisis that we see across Essex County should surprise no one. It has been more those whose housing is precarious, those who are one paycheck away from losing their housing, or who are living in housing that is consuming more than 30% of their income. This is a call to action. Shamefully, the Liberals' housing strategy is asking people to just wait and see until after the next election. Mr. Speaker, a right to housing goes beyond the roof over your head. For people in Essex, we can't wait. We need action now.
Honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Prime Minister announced that he will be forcing Canadians living in Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and New Brunswick to pay his carbon tax. In Oshawa, people commute as far away to Toronto every working day, relying on their personal vehicles to get to work on time. A round trip from Oshawa to Toronto is approximately $122K. This will cost a commuter driving their car approximately $12 per day. Over the course of a working year, that works out to approximately $3,150 paid for gasoline. With an additional 11 cents per litre, that expense will rise to over $3,500. Mr. Speaker, that means that if prices remain the same over the course of a year, this Liberal tax grab will cost the average Oshawa commuter an additional $350 in that year, and gas prices are likely to increase that cost. With the payout of the Liberal cash grab sitting at a lowly $12.50 a month, Canadians are left paying more than they will receive back from the Liberal government's election gimmick. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is a special day for us as we witness the first official address of a Canadian Parliament of a Dutch Prime Minister, the Honourable Mark Rutte. As a Canadian of Dutch heritage, I want to highlight the importance of Canada's friendship with the Netherlands. Back in 1945, during the liberation of the Netherlands, more than 7,600 Canadians died and are buried in Dutch soil. Following the liberation of Holland, my parents immigrated to Canada along with 160,000 others. Today, there are more than 1 million Canadians of Dutch descent living in Canada. Many Canadians may not realize that not only do we have a rich history and a large Dutch community, but Canada and the Netherlands trade has more than tripled over the last 10 years and will continue to grow with the ratification of CETA. So I encourage all my honourable colleagues and all Canadians to learn more about the rich history of our two countries, which we have economically and culturally. May we always remain allies and friends. Dank je wel.
Questions orales. Oral questions. The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Liberal high tax hypocrisy is back. We all remember when the finance minister brought in massive new tax increases on small businesses, but exempted the Prime Minister's multi-million-dollar trust fund inheritance and his own billion-dollar family business from any increases. We all remember when they raised taxes on the middle class by $800 a family, but collected less from the wealthiest 1%. Why is it with the carbon tax it's once again more high tax hypocrisy from this Liberal government?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely pleased to stand up in this House and say polluting will no longer be free. We know there's a cost to pollution. We're seeing extreme weather events across this country, from forest fires in British Columbia to droughts and floods across the prairies, to people literally dying of extreme heat. We need to take action on climate change, and you know what we're going to do in a way that makes sense. The average family of four in Ontario will receive $307 back for climate action incentive. That is more than they will pay. We have a plan to grow the economy. We have a plan to tackle the environment. We have a plan to...
Order. I remind members the time to speak is when they've been recognized. The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, here we go again, Mr. Speaker. They have a separate deal for special interests that have powerful lobbyists. It says right here in their own background document, there will be a separate pricing system for industrial facilities. They'll get a 90% exemption from this Liberal carbon tax, while small businesses, soccer moms, and suburban commuters will have to pay the tax on 100% of the energy they consume. Why is it that with this Liberal high-tax hypocrisy, those that emit the most pay the least?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's be perfectly clear. There is a cost to pollution, and everyone will pay the price for pollution. That includes large industry. But you know what? On the other side, large industry will pay nothing because they don't believe there's a cost to pollution. They think polluting should be free. The system we're following for trade-exposed industry is the same followed in Quebec, in British Columbia, in California, in Europe. It creates the incentive for industry to reduce emissions, but to stay competitive and keep good jobs in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Yes, and in all those jurisdictions she just mentioned, the government wins and taxpayers lose. That has been the experience in every jurisdiction where there is a carbon tax. People pay more, so government can spend more, and that is the case with this same plan. According to the government's own briefing documents, this government will collect more in taxes than it gives back in rebates, which means it's impossible for taxpayers to be made whole. Why are they targeting soccer moms, suburban commuters, and seniors with this high tax grab?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Environment.
We understand that climate change is real. We understand that there's a cost right now and Canadians are paying it. Unlike the party opposite who think that polluting should be free, who have no plan to tackle pollution, we have a plan. But let's talk about what people are saying about our plan. The President CEO of the Business Council of Canada, we support the price mechanism because it provides the economic incentive for consumers to change their behavior and for businesses to invest in technology that progressively reduce their emissions over time. Tracy Snowden from CD Howe. Carbon pricing continues to be the most cost-effective option for achieving emissions reductions across the country.
Order. I'm not sure if the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands, or if I said a minute ago, but I'd ask him to remember what I said a minute ago. And remember that members speak when they have the floor, not otherwise. The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, there goes the minister quoting the lobbyists for the multi-millionaire CEOs. And of course they support this carbon tax. It's not a big expense for them when they have chauffeured limousines paid for by the company, especially if they're one of the companies that has the 90% exemption that this Liberal government has provided to the large industrial corporations. The reality is that small businesses have no similar exemption. Why do small businesses like a local corner store pay more while large corporations with their well-paid CEOs get off?
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses also care about tackling climate change. They also care about the environment, and they understand the cost of inaction. We are supporting small businesses. We will be providing $1 million through our climate plan in Ontario that will help support small businesses to be more energy efficient, to save money. But let's talk about who else is talking about our plan. The Canadian Associations of Physicians for the Environment. This is good news for human health and the planet. This is how we protect people from the harmful impacts of heat waves, droughts, wildfires, floods, hurricanes that are becoming more frequent and more intense.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Carleton.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister was asked 9 times whether or not small businesses would get the same exemption as large industrial corporations do under this Liberal carbon tax. 9 times he refused to answer. We know that this will cost more in fuel and heating and transportation for those small businesses. They are the lifeblood of our economy, and they're already paying higher taxes as a result of the Prime Minister's tax increases. So, direct question. Will small businesses get the same exemption as the large industrial corporations? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
We have already said that there's going to be a price on pollution, and everyone is going to pay the price on pollution, whether you're a big industrial emitter, whether you're a small business. But we are also going to help small businesses save money, because when you're more energy efficient, you actually save money. But let's talk about Stephen Harper's former Director of Policy. We think that the federal government is doing the right thing in putting a price on carbon in these provinces, that they've done so and are returning money directly to households. This will encourage lower emissions while also ensuring that Canadian families will not be negatively affected.
The member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques.
CBC, the Prime Minister said, quote, "I don't want to leave Canadians holding $1 billion bill." But yesterday, the Prime Minister's office backtracked on that number and said the supposed $1 billion penalty for cancelling the Saudi arms deal was an expression. I'm not kidding you, Mr. Speaker. He said it was an expression. Canadians know this deal must be cancelled, and I have a right to know why the Prime Minister is using this as an excuse. Why is the Prime Minister making up numbers? Is it so that he doesn't have to cancel the arms deal with Saudi Arabia?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, of course, we strongly demand and expect that Canadian arms exports are used in a way that fully respects human rights. That's why our government is committed to a stronger and more rigorous arms export system under the Arms Trade Treaty. As the Prime Minister said yesterday, we are actively reviewing existing export permits to Saudi Arabia.
The member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. That's all they have to say. They're not even listening to Germany or allies to suspend the sale of weapons to Saudi Arabia. Tuesday, the Prime Minister said that cancelling the contract would cost $1 billion. It seems he's pulled that number out of his hat because the next day his office said that it was just an expression. An expression is a colorful mix of words, but he's not answering the question. So why is he inventing numbers? Is it so he does not have to cancel the contract? The Minister of Transport, as I said in English, Mr. Speaker, we insist that Canadian arms exports are used in a way that respect human rights, and that's why our government has committed to put in place a system of arms exports which is stronger and more rigorous. Another Prime Minister said today, we are actively looking at export permits, the current ones with Saudi Arabia. The member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Germany, the murder of Jamal Khashoggi was the tipping point. Chancellor Angela Merkel decided to exporting weapons to Saudi Arabia because it was the right thing to do. We have been calling for years for the Canadian government to do the same. Everyone knows the kingdom is one of the worst human rights offenders in the world. This alone should be enough. What are the Liberals waiting for?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, our government is working with our allies to consider a number of options going forward. We are actively reviewing existing export permits to Saudi Arabia. We strongly expect that Canadians' exports are used in a way that is consistent with Canada's foreign policy objectives and that fully respects human rights. We have frozen arms export permits before when we have had concerns about their potential misuse, and we will not hesitate to do so again.
The member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, Riyadh's explanations about the murder of Jamal Khashoggi are inconsistent and contradictory. For the first time today, the Attorney General of Saudi Arabia said it was a premeditated act after the way women, dissidents, and minorities, religious minorities, are treated. Not to mention the war in Yemen, this is the last straw. For years, we have been asking for the government to act. When will we finally stop selling weapons to Saudi Arabia? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, as I said in English, we are looking at the current situation. We are currently looking at our contract with Saudi Arabia. In the past, we have frozen exports when we felt the weapons would be used against human rights, and we will not hesitate to do the same thing in future if we are convinced that these weapons will be used to violate human rights.
Well, the Prime Minister's carbon tax will cost the average Canadian family way more than the Liberals are letting on. As gas and electricity prices rise, small businesses will have to increase their prices to pay their bills, making it even more difficult to survive. This is not just a tax on carbon, it's a tax on everything. Gasoline, home heating, groceries, transportation, and this tax does nothing to reduce emissions. That's the problem. With Halloween just around the corner, will the Minister now agree that her carbon tax swindle is a trick, not a treat?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From Mark Carney, the Governor of the Bank of England, you need a price on carbon and you need a price on pollution. Canada, as of today, has both. It unlocks investment decisions which will make for more low-carbon economies. Dale Bugan, he's the Executive Director of Eco-Fiscal Commission. Bigger households get bigger checks, and most households will see rebates that are larger than their carbon pricing costs. Households will see net gains. La Fondation David Suzuki, la tarification.
For the David Suzuki Foundation, carbon pricing is necessary to effectively fight.
Order. Order. Most members in all parties are able to sit through a question period and hear lots of things they don't like without interrupting or feeling they have to react before it's their turn. I'd ask members to show a little respect for this place. Honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal carbon tax will have a direct price on everything Canadians will have to buy, but obviously the Liberals embrace principles like polluters needing to pay, but the problem is that polluters won't pay the same as smaller people, such as small businesses. But large polluters will get a discount of 90%. Why are there two standards? Well, it's surprising that the opposite member is opposed to what everyone is doing in Quebec. They believe in climate change. They want to do something about it. They want to put a price on pollution. They know that pollution is not free. But the question is, what is the plan for the Conservatives? They have no plan. They want pollution to be free. They don't want to do anything about climate change, but Canadians are paying the price for that right now. Canadians want a plan.
For Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what the Saskatchewan Stock Growers Association is saying. Beef producers will have to absorb the cost of this Liberal carbon tax. They export their products and must compete on international pricing. The impact of the Prime Minister's carbon tax will cut into ranchers' bottom lines, and these additional costs will eat into the livelihoods of hard-working farm families. Why is the Prime Minister so set on punishing beef producers with higher costs for inputs such as feed and animal transportation?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
We know that farmers understand the impacts of climate change. Droughts and floods are having severe impacts, and we know in the future that will continue to happen. That's why we are working with farmers. Our plan exempts farm fuels, diesels, used for on-farm use. We are also supporting...
Order. I've heard an awful lot already today from the honourable members for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa, and Huron-Bruce, and I'd rather they wait till they have the floor, obviously, as is required by the standing orders. The Honourable Minister of Environment has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with farmers. We will continue to work with small businesses. We will continue with cities. We will work with everyone because we know that climate change has a real cost right now, and we owe it to Canadians. We owe it to the next generation to take serious action while making life more affordable for Canadians. We can do both, but what is the Conservative plan?
Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, farmers are upset that this government has brought on another tax that their international competitors don't have. Right. And while the member for Wascana says they'll be exempt, the reality is the cost on fertilizer, fuel, parts, and transportation will increase due to the carbon tax. The reality is they're being taxed and deceived by this Liberal government. Why won't the minister or the Liberal government admit this is not an environmental plan, but just another tax?
Oh, Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, why don't the Conservatives admit that climate change is real, that there's a cost that Canadians are paying right now, that it shouldn't be free to pollute, and that Canadians deserve to see a plan? If they have a plan, they should make it transparent. Show us how they're going to do what they voted for. war. Conservatives voted for the Paris Agreement. They voted to support our international obligations, but we have seen nothing. They have no plan for the environment. They have no plan for the economy.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grassland.
Mr. Speaker, when agricultural manufacturers like Honeybee Manufacturing in my own hometown keep their companies in rural areas, they face extra costs to be there, especially around transportation. These plants are the heart of our communities. They allow young families and local businesses to prosper. The Liberals are dumping a tax on them that raises the price of everything, of fuel, transportation, heating, and groceries. The cost of the Liberals' carbon tax will be the death of these small rural communities. Will the Prime Minister finally give small companies like Honeybee the same exemption he's giving to large corporate emitters?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, we just had a report from the United Nations a couple of weeks ago, and you know what it talked about? It talked about the cost of inaction on climate change in the trillions of dollars. Canadians across the country are paying the cost right now. If you live in Saskatchewan or Manitoba, extreme floods, droughts. If you live in Ontario, Quebec, we've had extreme heat that has literally killed people. Forest fires in BC. Climate change is real. We need to take action. We need to do it in a way that makes life affordable, that grows the economy. We are doing both. The Conservatives have no plan.
I'd ask the member for Yorkton Melville not to be interrupted when she hasn't got the floor. She's not been recognized. Order. The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Prime Minister's new carbon tax that they're calling a plan is nothing more than a complicated shell game. But their games aren't just affecting employers like Moore Packaging Barrie, it's affecting the 300 employees and their families that will be hit with this tax. The Liberals are telling these people when they take their money, somehow they will get more back. But we know this is nothing more than a new way to pay for reckless spending. So when will the Liberals admit that this tax is a tax?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, it's very interesting that the member on the opposite side was the same member that supported Patrick Brown, and Patrick Brown supported putting a price on food. Let's be clear. We know that we need to take action on climate change. We need to make life more affordable. We are giving families more money that they will pay.
Order. It applies to both sides. Order. 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 I do like seeing the smiles. That's good. The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it pretty much stands there. The member opposite will flip-flop depending on the issue. But we can't flip-flop on climate change. We have to be serious. We have a plan. Tackle the climate change, grow our economy.
Order. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Freedom, equality, justice, and peace are Canadian values. Mr. Speaker, we have a deal with the Saudis that enables them to wage war, silence dissidents, and harm innocent civilians. A deal signed by Conservatives and upheld by Liberals. Canadians do not want to be complicit with the Saudi Arabian war crimes. This government has a responsibility to fundamental human rights and an absolute obligation to stand up for Canadian workers. What is the Liberal plan for protecting workers and their families in light of this mess?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Consular Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we strongly condemn the horrible murder of Jamal Khashoggi and are deeply concerned by reports on the participation of Saudi officials. We strongly demand and expect that Canadian arms exports are used in a way that fully respects human rights. That's why our government is committed to a stronger and more rigorous arms export system and to the Arms Trade Treaty, which contrasts completely with the members opposite. As the Prime Minister said today, we are actively reviewing existing export permits to Saudi Arabia.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie.
Human rights seriously.
The member is an experienced member, and he knows that he must direct his comments to the chair. And when you say you or you're referring to the speaker, I don't think he meant to refer to the chair. The
honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. It seems that for a relationship to work, it takes someone who's deaf and someone who's blind. So the Liberal-Conservative Pipeline Coalition partners must be crazy in love. On the one hand, you've got a Prime Minister who's deaf, as he refuses to hear the warnings of the IPCC. On the other, you've got a leader who is blind, as he refuses to see that our future is at stake. One promises to bring back Energy East. The other opens the door to that possibility. No one seems to believe in the protecting the environment. So will the Prime Minister promise never to bring back Energy East? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, I was so pleased to be with the Prime Minister to announce that pollution would not be free in Canada anymore. We stand with Quebecers who know that we must fight climate change, we must price pollution, and we must grow our economy at the same time. So we will keep on working together with them. I was very pleased to receive a call today from my counterpart in Quebec, and we talked about how we are going to keep on working together to fight climate change and create good jobs for Quebecers.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday I asked the Minister of Defence what day James Cudmore was offered a job in his office. He told me he would get back to me. His office called mine the next day and told me what day James Cudmore started in his office. That wasn't the question that I asked, so I'm going to ask it again. I know now that he does know the answer, and I know that he can speak about it because he already has. So on what day was former CBC reporter offered a job as the Director of Policy in the Minister of Defence's office?
The Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member once again is pursuing a line of questioning that relates very directly to a matter that's outstanding before the courts. As has been explained repeatedly in this House, when there is a matter such as that, which is sub judice, it is not only inappropriate for ministers to respond, but it's indeed inappropriate for the question to be placed that could impinge upon an outstanding court proceeding.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's that government that has said that James Cudmore's hiring is related to Mark Admiral's court case, and it is that Minister of Defence who's already spoken about this. Now, on November 20th, Cudmore was a CBC reporter writing about shipbuilding contracts, and by January 12, 2016, he was a Liberal employee working for the Liberal Minister of Defence. He didn't just get there on January 12th by accident. He was offered the job prior to that date. The Minister knows the answer. He's already spoken about it. So will the Minister of Defence keep his word to me and tell me what day Mr. James Cudmore was offered a job?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, legal proceedings are conducted in courts of law. In the particular case referred to, the prosecution is very ably represented by the Public Prosecution Service of Canada. The Defence Counsel is obviously very adroit and very accomplished professional. They have the rules of court, they have the laws of evidence, they have the normal procedures to follow, and it is in a court of law, Mr. Speaker, not on the floor of the House of Commons, that these matters should be prosecuted. I would note that the honourable members opposite do not have any mandate from either side in the issue to raise the issue here.
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. We would like to know when Mr. James Cudmore was hired. We know that he'd been working there as of January 12. But again, as for the exact hiring date, there's no answer. What do Liberals have to hide, Mr. Speaker? There are workers from the Lévis shipyard who wants to know. There is no money for the Lévis shipyard and a lot of money for other shipyards in Canada. What are Liberals hiding?
Honourable gentleman is a very good friend of the much-beloved Peter Van Loan. And Mr. Van Loan would advise him in the very words that he used in this House, quote, "It is deemed improper for a member in posing a question or a minister in responding to a question to comment on any matter that is sub judice." Those are the words of Peter Van Loan on the 11th of May, 2015, and they apply equally well today.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, do you know what Peter Van Loan would say today? He would say that it's a scandal that the Liberals are hiding answers. They're hiding because they don't want to explain why the Davie Shipyard is not getting contracts, yet Irving is getting contracts. The biggest contract shipyard in Quebec is getting nothing. So what are the Liberals hiding? The honourable member for Les Etchemins Bellechasse-Lévis is an experienced member of Parliament, and he knows that he must address his questions to the chair. So when he says you, he means the chair. So I hope he did not. I hope he realized this.
Mr. Speaker, not only did former Minister Van Loan cite that particular rule on the occasion that I referred to on the 11th of May 2015, but in fact the sub judice principle was raised in this House by the former Conservative government, not once, not twice, but over 300 times when they were serving as the Government of Canada, and it was probably viewed rather favorably by the Speaker of the day.
Excuse me. I'm told that the Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis quoted someone else when he said you, and so I apologize if that was the case.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, Unifor journalists and media workers are in Ottawa this week with a clear message. Liberals' inaction is why newspapers and media outlets are closing and why journalists are losing their jobs. What do Canadian media workers want? Stop giving tax deductions for ad buys on Facebook and Google. End the free rides for Netflix, Apple, and Spotify, and make them support Canadian content. Force those who profit from the system to contribute to the system. We've been saying this to the Liberals for 3 years. We can't wait any longer. What will it take for this government to act now?
Let's go! The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, on the issue of taxation, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance have been entirely clear. But we also know that the Broadcasting Act hasn't been reviewed since before the Internet was in our homes. The Conservatives did nothing for 10 long years, so we took action. We've appointed a panel of experts to help us modernize this act. Our starting point is clear. All players that participate in the system must contribute to the system, and there will be no free rides.
Député de Longueuil, Saint-Hubert.
It's not going to be a free ride in 5 years, yeah. 14 former presidents of the Quebec Recording, Performance and Video Industry Association sent a clear message. Our music industry is in crisis. Quebec's artists keep creating, but the platforms fall outside our laws. For 3 years, we've been asking for Apple, Spotify, YouTube, Netflix, Google, whatever, to respect our culture and contribute to it. ADISC said that it's going to take political courage, but for 3 years, the Liberals have been looking for their courage. Can the minister answer us with something other than the same old tape his predecessor played for us? Come on.
Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Speaker, we will always support our culture, our artists, and our creators, and that's why we doubled funding to the Canada Council for the Arts. We increased telefilm funding by $22 million and $13.5 million for the National Film Board. We restored and increased funding to CBC Radio-Canada with a $675 million investment, and we also launched a new $125 million Creative Industries Export Fund. After the Harper Conservatives gutted support to cultural industries during their lost decade, we have taken action to support this sector.
Mr. Speaker, in September, the government released a report.
Economy is strong and growing, and that by this time next year, the typical middle-class Canadian family will be $2,000 better off as a result of our plan. Néanmoins, Monsieur le Président.
Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, there's still work to be done to make sure that this growth stays on the right track, to ensure that it benefits our hardworking families. Could the Minister of Finance update us on the Canadian economy and the next steps the government intends to take? The Honourable Minister of Finance. since 2015. We have kept our promise to Canadians to invest in the middle class to grow our economy.
Today, our economy is among the strongest in the G7. Our unemployment rates are at near 40-year lows, and Canadians have created more than 500,000 new jobs in the last 3 years. So I'm pleased to say that on November 21st, we'll introduce our fall economic statement so we can update Canadians on further actions we'll take to keep our economy growing, to keep people investing in our country and creating jobs.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government is refusing to turn over the evidence for the court case of Vice Admiral Mark Norman. They're refusing to answer the simple questions. Who are they trying to protect, and what are they hiding? So, Mr. Speaker, why are the Liberals refusing to turn over the documents? Have they already destroyed all the evidence?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, such an assertion is absolutely absurd. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, there are legal procedures and processes that we have established in this country under our court system to pursue prosecutions and the defenses of prosecutions. That is the forum in which these matters are dealt with. And in the House of Commons, while the debate can get hot and furious at times, the fact of the matter is matters that are sub judice must be left to the courts to deal with.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the Minister could hear my question over all the noise of the paper shredding machines up in the Prime Minister's office right now. Now, if this government has nothing to hide, why are they refusing to answer the questions? We're not asking them to comment on the court case. We're asking them to turn over the evidence that a serving Vice Admiral can use to defend himself. So why the cover-up? Have they already destroyed the evidence? Or are you trying to protect someone? Or are they trying to protect someone, Mr. Speaker?
That too. Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, if the honourable gentleman has an allegation of wrongdoing or of criminal behaviour, he should, in fact, provide that information to the RCMP. He should also have the courage to make the allegation outside this House.
L'honorable député. Alors.
Order.
Alors.
Order. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, Vice Admiral Norman is a man of honour. He is credible. He did his best for the Royal Canadian Navy. He needs evidence to defend himself. The government is clearly hiding an extremely embarrassing situation. If the government wanted journalist James Cudmore to keep quiet, could other actions have been taken? Can the government assure us that no evidence was destroyed to hide their real political motives?
Minister of Public Safety.
Again, I advise the honourable gentleman that his allegation is absurd.
Député de Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the number of illegal crossings at the border is going up every day. Our border officers think that there's a wave of Salvadorian asylum seekers coming next September, as 200,000 nationals from El Salvador in the U.S. will have their special status revoked. Worse yet, the system is already broken and the minister has no plan. The Prime Minister must decide if he will let the entire world keep making a mockery of our borders, or if he has the courage to uphold and enforce Canadian laws. When will he deal with the situation of the Safe Third Country Agreement?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, let me begin by simply saying that the member opposite's assertion that the numbers are going up is simply wrong. We've seen a significant reduction of those numbers just over the past few weeks. In the past several months, we've seen as much as a 70% reduction over what we experienced last year. Mr. Speaker, there is a firm plan in place to deal with this issue, and we are monitoring the situation in other countries, including the United States, very carefully. Mr. Speaker, our senior officials are working hard, they are prepared, and they're managing this situation quite ably.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Canadians from coast to coast support my bill to expunge criminal records for now legal cannabis possession, and editorials in magazines and newspapers across the country prove it. Everyone knows the government's pardon proposal just won't fix the problem. A pardon for a pot conviction won't help when you fill out a rental form or a job application, but expungement means you may truthfully say, I've never been convicted of a criminal offence. A pardon won't do that. Will the government work with me to erase these records and let these thousands of Canadians get on with their lives?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we're always very happy to work with members of the opposition in constructive legislative endeavours. But I would also invite the honourable gentleman to look at the other side of the question as well. And he will find that a pardon can be a very effective tool. It is cheaper, it is faster, there is no fee, there is no wait time. The record is sealed and segregated. It can be reopened only in extraordinary circumstances, such as reoffending and committing another offence. And the effect of a pardon is protected by the Canadian Human Rights Act.
The Honourable Member Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, in the Champlain Bridge file, I understand that you can't make asphalt in winter. But taxpayers have been waiting for years, and they'll have to keep being patient. The Minister has told us that these delays are excusable, but what these delays really show us is that public-private partnerships, PPPs, are not truly more efficient. Speaking of the private sector, will the Liberals make sure to go and get every last penny owed to us through fines for late delivery? How much more is this going to cost us, these excusable delays? Mr. Speaker, we are going forward with delivering on a new toll-free bridge. We're going to ensure the health and safety of workers on site and those who are going to use the bridge. I wish to reassure the people of Montreal that the Champlain Bridge is safe and that we are taking every step necessary to make sure that it will continue to be so. We will open up bridge to traffic by June 2019 at the latest.
Burton Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has told Canadians more than once that he plans to phase out the energy sector, and Bill C-69 is exactly how he will do it. The No More Pipelines bill means more regulations and longer application times. It means reduced transparency, less investment. It means increased uncertainty and further job losses. The hundreds of thousands of Canadian families and the workers in the energy sector depend on the resource sector. They're calling it the final nail in the coffin. When will this government kill the No More Pipelines bill and save the Canadian resource sector?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, we understand that the importance of the resource sector to Canada's economy. We also understand that to get resources to market, that Canadians need to have trust in the system. We have worked very hard to develop a bill with businesses, with listening to the resource sector, listening to environmentalists, listening to Indigenous peoples, to bring people together around a bill that will not only reduce timelines, will not only ensure that we're making decisions on good science, it will ensure that good projects go ahead. But we need to make sure that we are rebuilding trust, we need to make sure we're listening to Indigenous peoples, and we need to ensure that we're making decisions.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, in Calgary, Alberta, there is no trust for this government. Bill C-69 is the greatest threat to Canada's energy industry since the NEP. The energy industry is responsible for more than 500,000 jobs across Canada. However, thanks to the Prime Minister's No More Pipelines bill, there will be no more major energy infrastructure projects built in Canada. Companies say that if the bill passes, they will stop investing in Canada. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister stop driving energy investment away and killing Canadian jobs?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to protecting the interests of the energy sector and those people who work in the energy sector, we take no lesson from Harper Conservatives, because they fail to diversify our non-US global market, and they failed to build a single pipeline in the 10 years to get our resources to non-US markets. We are working hard, and we will continue to work hard to ensure that our resources get to the global market.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
4 pipelines, Mr. Speaker. That's what this government did, unlike those guys on that side of the House. Bill C-69
C-69, the carbon tax, the tanker traffic bans, all unmistakable signs of a government that is hostile to the future growth of the energy sector. There is no doubt that the No More Pipelines Bill, Bill C-69, is a direct attack on Albertans. The provincial NDP and the Prime Minister have punished hardworking Albertans enough. When will the Natural Resources Minister, who's from Edmonton, finally intervene and kill the bill?
The Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, when the Harper Conservative formed government in 2006, 99% of Alberta's oil was shipped to the United States. And when they got kicked out of the office in 2015, 99% of Alberta's oil was still shipped to the United States. That is their failed decade of inaction on protecting Alberta's interest. We are working hard to ensure that we get it right to build the pipelines by looking after the environment, at the same time making sure that we're consulting with Indigenous communities in a meaningful way. That is the right path forward.
L'Honorable Député de Pontiac.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The tornadoes that recently hit the National Capital Region, including my riding of Pontiac, caused over $295 million in insured damage to houses, businesses, and vehicles. The Insurance Bureau of Canada confirmed it, and I quote, that extreme weather events throughout Canada continue to show the financial costs of climate change for consumers and taxpayers. Clearly, the costs of climate change are being paid by every Canadian man and woman through higher insurance costs. Can the Minister of the Environment inform this House of how our government will not abandon Canadian taxpayers? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. I wish to thank the member of Pontiac for his question and for everything he has done to protect the environment and to tackle climate change. Canadians know that pollution isn't free. We're seeing the effects and the impacts all throughout the country, including in Pontiac. We have a plan to put a price on what we don't want, which is pollution. We want cleaner air. We want fewer emissions. We want a planet that is healthy for our children and grandchildren. The Conservative Party has no plan. We will continue.
For Okanagan's Milkmaid Nicholas.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to feel safe and secure when they use their smartphones. However, this government has refused to ban communist Chinese government-built technology from our 5G network. Now, the 5G rollout will bring faster speeds, but it will also bring less security unless the government listens to our allies and bans Huawei. Mr. Speaker, when will this government say no way to Huawei?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, our government is open to global investment because that creates middle-class jobs that helps grow our economy. When it comes to telecommunications, Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians would like to see improvements in coverage and price, and we're committed to that. The 5G network is an emerging technology that has the potential to meet the explosion in consumer and industrial demand. And, Mr. Speaker, as regards the participation of any participant in our 5G networks, we will listen to the advice of our national security advisors. We will never, ever compromise our national security, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Government and its information should be open by default. Those were the Prime Minister's exact words in his mandate letter to the Minister of Heritage. Secret, closed-door consultations on an anti-racism plan leaves Canadians and organizations working every day to combat systemic racism in the dark. The minister should know by now about the value of openness and public accountability. After all, thanks to question period, he learned that systemic racism actually does exist in Canada. Will the minister do the right thing and open up the process?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is an open and diverse country, but there are still real challenges for many people in this country. Throughout our history and even today, there are many people and communities who experience systemic racism, oppression, and discrimination, preventing them from fully participating in our society. These experiences are still felt by many Canadians, and now we can and must do better. That's why we're engaging communities across the country and people with lived experiences to modernize our approach and to develop concrete solutions on these problems. That's why we are undertaking these consultations, and as we speak right now, our Minister of Heritage is in one of those sessions.
Honourable Member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, the government announced that it was maintaining its financial contributions to UNRWA over the next 2 years. This organization has been beset by issues of neutrality with respect to its educational programs in the West Bank and Gaza, which is deeply concerning to many of my constituents in York Centre and many others who have contacted me. Can the Minister of International Development update the House on the status of this contribution and what steps the government is taking to ensure UNRWA's neutrality and accountability?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our funding to UNRWA is vital to the humanitarian needs in the region, and it is the same amount we have provided over the last 2 years. UNRWA has refocused its neutrality-related activities like inspection and teacher training, which would not be done without Canada's re-engagement. In the West Bank, I met with the Palestinian Prime Minister and the Minister of Education and made our concerns clear about inappropriate content in PA textbook. Our commitment to neutrality and due diligence is an essential condition of Canada's support to UNRWA. Bravo.
L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister tried to justify why he gave up so much to the Americans with respect to supply management. He said that changes in access to markets were similar to those in the TPP. In other words, for the Prime Minister, we did it once, so we'll do it again. Wow, that's a great negotiator. The Prime Minister should know that concessions plus more concessions is twice as many concessions. The Liberals don't know how to count and don't know how to negotiate. Why are dairy, egg, and poultry farmers always the ones paying twice over for his failure?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Monsieur le President, and I can assure my honourable colleague, and I'm sure he's also fully aware, we're the party that implemented supply management, and we're the government that protected it. My honourable colleague is also aware that when the negotiations start, the American government indicated quite clearly that we're going to end supply management. But, Mr. Speaker, we as a government protected it, and we understand that there's been an impact on our farmers, and we will make sure that they're fully and fairly compensated for their loss. We have and will continue to support our agricultural sector, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, to talk through one's hat, that is an expression. To take someone for a fool, that is an expression. But a $1 billion bill to cancel an arms trade deal with Saudi Arabia, that is not an expression. Does the Prime Minister take us for fools? Or is he talking through his hat when he makes up numbers with respect to canceling contracts with Saudi Arabia?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Consular Affairs.
Our government strongly condemns the horrible murder of Jamal Khashoggi and are deeply concerned by reports on the participation of Saudi officials. Our government is working with our allies to consider a number of options. We are actively reviewing existing export permits to Saudi Arabia. We strongly expect that Canadian exports are used in a way that are in line with our foreign affairs policy and, of course, fully respecting human rights. We have frozen export permits in the past when we had reason to do so, and we will certainly consider that in the future.
Honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. The truth, Mr. Speaker, is that the Prime Minister wants to keep selling arms. A few cracks on the whip of Raif Badawi's back doesn't stop Canada from doing business. Neither does women being put in prison for defending their rights, nor does the death of civilians in Yemen, nor does the murder of a journalist in a consulate. What more does this government need? What more does it want to stop selling arms to this heinous country? A bit of courage, maybe?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Our government strongly condemns the heinous murder of Jamal Khashoggi and are deeply concerned by reports on the participation of Saudi officials. We strongly demand and expect that Canadian arms exports are used in a way that fully respects human rights. That's why our government is committed to a stronger and more rigorous arms export system, and of course to the Arms Trade Treaty, of which we've been actively involved the entire time of the term of this government. As the Prime Minister said today, we are actively reviewing existing export permits to Saudi Arabia.
Honorable député de la Pointe-Lille.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-Lille. Mr. Speaker, again, delays in the file for the Champlain Bridge. Opening the new bridge on December 21st. Well, that just fell through. The Canadian government refuses to guarantee a date. Mr. Speaker, when we want to get a project done, we set a deadline. How is it that the Canadian government was able to set a deadline for legalizing pot onto Quebec, but can't guarantee a deadline for opening the Champlain Bridge? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. We are going forward with delivering the new toll-free Champlain Bridge. We are proud to build a bridge that will last 125 years and will improve the quality of life of families in the Montreal region. This structure will be finished at the end of December, but some work, including paving, needs to be carried over to spring of next year. We're looking forward to opening the bridge to traffic in June 2019.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 83-1, I wish to table a notice of Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27th, 2018, and other measures. Pursuant to Standing Order 83-2, I ask that an order of the day be designated for consideration of the motion. Monsieur le Président, conformément...
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 83-1, I have the honor of tabling a notice of motion of a Ways and Means motion involving certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27th, 2018, and implementing other measures. Pursuant to Standing Order 83-2, I request that the study of the motion be added to the order of the day. Thank you.
Now I believe the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil has the usual Thursday question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Opposition House Leader, I'm honoured to stand today and ask the Government House Leader the Thursday question about the business of the House that's expected. Thank you.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the remainder of the week and next week, our focus will be on report stage and third reading stage of Bill C-76, the Elections Act. Lundi prochain.
Next Monday, we will be starting debate at second reading of Bills C-84 on bestiality and animal fighting, and C-85, Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr.
The
Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands is rising on a point of order, rising on a question period, perhaps?
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to raise this point of order earlier. I didn't mean to interrupt the Thursday question. The level of heckling in this place, and you know I've mentioned this before, has become unbearable. I'm not able to hear the Minister of Environment's answers, even though I'm here with an earpiece. I have a lot of criticisms of aspects of the government's climate plan too, but I would ask my friends on the Conservative benches to please show some restraint so we can hear the answers in this place.
I thank the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands, although I want to point out that it's not exclusively one group. That's important. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 10 petitions. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I would move, seconded by the member from Winnipeg South, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
That's a great idea.
Yeah. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Duguid, moved that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Not by much. Call on the members. question is the following one. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Duguid, moved that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est, Île des Sœurs.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Anand Sangri.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schulte.
Mrs. Schulte.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Corsi.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pescasoli- Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Then Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pascasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fregascados.
Mr. Fregascados.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Hart.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Mrs. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Back to Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Mascou, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Delta.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Saint-Germain, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Saint-Germain, Lévis.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General. Sure.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warwell.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Alislav.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreesham.
Mr. Dreesham.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Lausanne Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Brosso.
Madame Brosso.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Miss Blaney North Island Powell River.
Miss Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Yeas pour 153, 153. Nays contre 95, 85.
I declare the motion carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Democratic Institutions, that in relation to Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make certain consequential amendments, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage of the said bill, and not more than one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill. That 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at report stage and on the day allotted to the consideration at the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of this stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successfully without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Chager, seconded by Ms. Gould, moves that in relation to Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make certain consequential amendments, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage of the said bill, and not more than one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at report stage and on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Pursuant to Standing Order 67-1, there will now be a 30-minute period of debate, and I would invite honourable members who wish to raise issues to do so, so the chair can see how many people wish to participate in this debate.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince, for Calgary, Midnapore.
Well, merci beaucoup, Monsieur Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For me, it's quite a surprise that an action is being taken which is undemocratic on a bill which has to do with our democratic institutions. It's a joke as far as I'm concerned.
Undemocratic discussion on a bill that is in regards to democracy. I think that this is just absolutely silly. But, you know, Mr. Speaker, I can certainly understand why they don't want to allow us the opportunity to talk more about this bill, because this bill is, in fact, so incredibly flawed and actually does a lot to prohibit democracy here within our lovely nation. In fact, sadly, I see it more as a public relations exercise from the government than an actual attempt to impede fraudulent action, foreign interference, foreign influence. So, you know, it's certainly understandable that they would not want to continue discussion and talk about a democracy bill, which is in fact not democratic. I mean, it's unfortunate because certainly they are trying to have the appearance that they are saying, you know, these actions impeding democracy are bad, but sadly within the bill it does not have the mechanisms to prevent fraud and interference. It does not go far enough, Mr. Speaker. I'm very sorry to say. And, you know, we have given many amendments on this side of the House in an attempt to make the bill more watertight, provide better electoral processes for Canadians. For example, say in regards to third party having segregated bank accounts, as was recommended by the Chief Electoral Officer. But this is another amendment, another suggestion, which was passed on by the government, unfortunately. In addition to third-party reporting between elections, you know, these are the type of safeguards that we as the official opposition try to provide the Canadian public in an attempt to safeguard our democratic processes. Foreign influence, Mr. Speaker. I cannot even begin to say that this bill does essentially nothing to avoid the possibility of foreign influence, which we have seen very dire and negative consequences in other jurisdictions, such as the United States of America, such as within the Brexit outcome. In fact, our very own Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, said that he thought there was not much foreign influence or interference in our last federal election. So certainly, Mr. Speaker, how could we hope for, you know, much better when that's, you know, the starting point of our Prime Minister thinking that there was not much, when in fact not much was too much. In addition, you know, Mr. Speaker, we had made some concerns in regards to non-residency voting requirements. You know, we pleaded in regards to the 5-year requirement, in regards to oath to return to Canada, in regards to place of residency, in addition to mentioning the...
We have a point of order. The honourable member for... yes, Elmo Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know we only have half an hour for time allocation debate, and I believe there are a number of members that would like to participate in that debate, so I'm just wondering about the time allocated to particular members and wondering if we could ensure that other members have an opportunity to participate in this limited debate.
That's a very good point brought up by the honourable member by Elmo Transcona. There was a change in chairpersonship, I guess the term, here at the front, and the time did run a little bit long. The honourable member will wrap it up very quickly, and we'll get the answer from the minister.
Thank you. Well, unfortunately, I'm not surprised to hear the honourable member from the NDP say that, because certainly the NDP worked every step of the way with the government in an attempt to impede democracy and move this bill forward, denying Canadians the opportunity to have their voice and the right to fair democratic processes. So, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask my colleague, the Minister of Democratic Institutions, why do they not want to see democracy served?
Reform.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think Canadians know that it's certainly neither the Liberals nor the New Democrats that are working to impede democracy, considering it was the previous government that did introduce Bill C-23. And in fact, most of the amendments that the honourable colleague and opposition members proposed were to return this bill to C-23, which unfortunately the previous government went out of their way to try and limit the ability of Canadians to participate in our democracy. So it's a bit rich and slightly laughable to hear from the other side how strongly they value democracy and democratic participation in our country when they really did things to impede that process. Bill C-76 does much to repeal all of those unfair elements in Bill C-23 and will ensure that our elections in 2019 have the integrity that Canadians deserve and expect, are fair in their process, and are protected, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. And I want to remind the honourable members that there are many people who want to ask questions, so if they can keep their questions very short. The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
I noticed the timing of your reminder there, Speaker, and I suppose I meant to take that personally. These Canadians can tolerate quite a bit from our politics sometimes. They you know, whether you have a left or center or right perspective. One of the things I've noticed Canadians don't tolerate is just straight up hypocrisy. I'm looking at the member who's now joined us here from, where's he from? Oh yeah, Winnipeg North. Because and the member who was here moments ago from the Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame, who just a couple of years ago moved a motion in this place and spoke to it that said, never should we ever use the guillotine in Parliament of time allocation to shut down debate on any bills that deal with our democracy because they're so fundamental. And you'd say to the Liberals, how did we get here? There must have been some massive impediment that they've had to go back on their own word. And now we're forcing time allocation on Parliament. You realize, oh no, the bill to fix the Unfair Elections Act, which New Democrats support, was introduced almost 2 years ago. Well, they must have been working hard in all those 2 years to get this bill through in time for the next election. And you find out, no, in fact, they didn't. They sat on the bill month after month. We were even pleading and asking with them, where's the bill? Could we see it? Could we debate it so that we could actually pass it through? And now we find out in this bill, C-76, they've introduced it so late. The Chief Electoral Officer has told the government, you blew the deadline. A bunch of the things in this bill will not even happen for the 2019 election. The frustration Canadians have with the Liberals, especially around issues around voting and democracy, is after breaking their sacred promise to make 2015 the last election under first past the post, you really would have thought Liberals would have got the lesson that urgency of now is incredibly important, and yet it wasn't. So now we have Liberals introducing the exact same motion, word for word, that Stephen Harper introduced to ram his bill through Parliament, to now force their bill through Parliament, and are looking around for someone to blame. They can't. My question is simple to the Minister. We had an opportunity to fix privacy rules in Canada to ensure that our democracy and our voting is done freely and fairly. Why did Liberals choose to ignore all the evidence that the committee heard that screwed up elections in England and the US and exposed Canadian elections to hacking and tampering from foreign influences, because parties will not have to follow any privacy rules whatsoever under her legislation?
Well, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. And I have to say it's always a pleasure to work with him on this file, and it's been great to have him as the critic for democratic institutions, and particularly on this piece of legislation, which I know the New Democrats are supportive of, and most of the elements in there, and we're working hard to get this done. As was noted, that it is important to get this done in time for the 2019 elections. Unfortunately, when this bill went to committee, every time the members went to move to clause by clause, the Conservative members decided to filibuster, and so therefore we find ourselves in a time crunch, and I'm very, very optimistic about moving this bill forward so that we can ensure that our elections are protected. When it comes to privacy and the issues that the member raised, I would note that the particular examples he's talking about are private companies that do fall under PIPEDA, and the Ethics Committee is currently undertaking a study on this, and I look forward to hearing the results of this study, because I think this is an important issue, but it does require a bit more study, and I think we can find the right solution. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And here we are once again with time allocation on an electoral reform bill, on a bill that changes how we run our elections. And I wish I could say I'm surprised by these Liberals, but this is yet another failure on the part of the Liberals. They failed when they tried to do electoral reform. When they didn't get what they wanted, they left it. Bill C-33, introduced in November 2016, and then left unmoved and unloved on the order paper for the last 2 years. And then the Chief Electoral Officer and the former Chief Electoral Officer both said they needed legislation passed with royal assent by April 30th of this year. Yet this bill wasn't even introduced in this place until April 30th. Yet another failure on the part of these Liberals. Why won't they just admit this is another effort for them to game the system in their favor?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians know that this bill is important for our democracy. When it comes to important elements like vouching, when it comes to ensuring that the most vulnerable among us can cast their ballot, this bill will make that happen. Experts across the country have called for the passage of this bill. Let's all work together and get this done. I sincerely hope that my colleagues on the other side of this place will recognize the important underlying democratic values and principles that are encompassed in C-76 and will work with us to pass this bill in a timely way, because it's important for Canadians and it's important for Canadian democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The people of Winnipeg believe the strength of our democracy depends on the participation of many Canadians as possible. This bill undoes many of the unfair aspects of the Harper government's Unfair Elections Act, and we're making it easier and more convenient for Canadians to vote. We're making the electoral process more accessible to Canadians with disabilities, caregivers, and members of the Canadian Armed Forces, and we're restoring voting rights to more than 1 million Canadians living abroad. This bill is strengthening our laws, closing loopholes, and bringing in a more robust enforcement regime, and will make it more difficult for bad actors to influence our elections. Now, after the 2015 election, Mr. Speaker, the Chief Electoral Officer made over 130 recommendations on ways to improve on how our democracy functions. Now, after careful study and consideration by parliamentary committees from both the House and the Senate, and with the input of experts from across Canada, the Government of Canada introduced the Election Modernizations Act. I was wondering if the Minister could speak about the deadline that we face about the next election, and as well as the 130 recommendations that were made by the Chief Electoral Officer, and how we've implemented most of them.
The Honourable Minister.
Certainly, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Winnipeg North for that excellent question and the important information that was contained within it. I think he did a very good job of summarizing some of the most important elements that are in this bill. With regards to implementation, it is extraordinarily important that we get this bill passed quickly. This bill has been before the House for almost 6 months now. The committee has conducted an extensive study and has brought forward some important comments and amendments. I would note that we have accepted amendments from both of the main opposition parties in this bill, which is important. Of course, amendments that will improve the bill and not return it to its former state with the Canada Elections Act. As my colleague noted, the former CEO of Elections Canada brought forward over 100 recommendations with regards to how we can improve the Canada Elections Act. Bill C-76 implements 85% of those recommendations, Mr. Speaker. I think that we can all agree that the CEO of Elections Canada has the best interest of Canadians and Canadian democracy at heart, and this bill does exactly that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the last Parliament, the previous government made a lot of changes to the Elections Act that were controversial. Our party ran to repeal those changes. The Liberal Party ran to repeal those changes. We're 3 years into this Parliament. We still haven't seen those changes made, and we had a pretty clear deadline from the Elections Commissioner on when those changes had to be made. We knew at the very beginning of the Parliament what it would take to repeal the changes that were made in the last Parliament, and there was an agreement across, certainly between our party and the party that's currently in government, and a broad basis of Canadians agreed that those changes needed to be reappealed. So I'm wondering how it is that we got here 3 years later. I'll spare the kind of partisan jibe. So I'm just wondering, why would your typical Canadian that was concerned about the integrity of the elections process, felt that those changes from the last Parliament needed to be repealed, why shouldn't they feel disappointed that this government had 3 years, 2 ministers of democratic institutions, 3 if you count an interim minister, who couldn't deliver just on a basic repeal of the nefarious changes from the last Parliament? I mean, that's the lowest bar they had to meet, Mr. Speaker, and they had almost 3 years to do it by April 30th of this year. They failed to do it. Why shouldn't Canadians at least look at that and go, wow, that's a major failure, and I'm disappointed? Why shouldn't Canadians feel disappointed that at least those changes weren't made by April 30th of this year? There are other important issues. We could address those. They could have been addressed in a separate bill to make sure that the repeals that were talked about in the last election got done on time and implemented for the next election.
Well, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. I'm glad to hear that we can agree on the contents of the bill and the importance for Canadians, and so therefore I would urge all members in this House, but particularly in the New Democratic Party, to support us in this effort to ensure that we're doing what's right for Canadians. And it also, given his comments, allows me to take a moment to thank my honourable colleague, the President of the Treasury Board, who stepped in to this portfolio while I had my first child and while I took a brief maternity leave, and so I'm very grateful to him for taking on part of this responsibility. And you know, I am very appreciative of all the colleagues in this House who were able to support me in this process, and so I am very excited about the forward momentum that this piece of legislation has, and I am encouraged that we will work together, particularly with my colleagues from the party of the New Democratic Party, to ensure that this bill is in place ahead of the next election, and we can ensure to Canadians, assure them that their elections will be safeguarded, they will be protected, and they will have the integrity that we all expect and trust in our democracy. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, the honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to return to the matter right now, the debate on the movement of time allocation, how on earth could this government possibly justify invoking time allocation on a bill on democratic reform that has amendments, a number of which, to be debated in this House, voters send their members of parliament to be their voice, and to have time allocation brought in on a democratic reform bill with amendments? How could they possibly justify time allocation on a bill such as this with substantial amendments to be debated?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's ironic hearing this from my colleague across the way who, when their party was in government, used time allocation to move forward a piece of legislation that further limited democracy. What is also of note is that the official opposition took every opportunity possible since this bill was introduced to obstruct the progress of this piece of legislation. And it is even yesterday putting forward 177 spurious amendments that would return this piece of legislation to what was in Bill C-23, which we had heard from experts and Canadians across the country limited people's ability to participate in democracy, Mr. Speaker. This piece of legislation is incredibly important. It expands the franchise. It ensures that every Canadian citizen who has the right to vote will be able to vote. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we firmly believe that our democracy is strongest when all Canadians are participating in it. I understand that is not the case with my colleagues on the opposite side. However, for us, democracy should be available to all Canadians, and we are working diligently to ensure that that is the case in 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, you know, in my riding of Windsor-Tecumseh, Canadians see right through this. We call it Eddie Haskell politics. Because what's happening here is there's all these smiling faces and all these earnest declarations, like the minister just said, about ensuring we're doing what's right. So let's make it clear. After a mere 2 hours of debate, this government called time allocation on an exercise of electoral reform that every Canadian has a vested interest in, no matter what their age, because of the legacy of it. So I just wanted to make that clear to Canadians. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question, and I am glad to know that the New Democratic Party supports the principles and the clauses that are in this bill, and we look forward to working with them to ensure that this can be in place for the 2019 election, because we share so many of the important values that underpin this legislation, and I know that we all want this to be in place so that it will benefit all Canadians ahead of 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable colleagues on this side of the House have addressed the fact that this piece of legislation has come to the House extraordinarily, unacceptably late. This should have been presented a year ago, and the fact that it was so clumsily assembled is reflected by the fact that the Liberal government put forward almost 6 dozen amendments of their own to try and correct the, as I said, clumsily written piece of legislation. And now, after only 2.5 speeches from members on the opposition side of the House to this deeply flawed bill, the government has imposed the legislative guillotine enabled by their parliamentary majority for time allocation to cut off debate. Mr. Speaker, I know my honourable colleagues on the government side of the House love to invoke Peter Van Loan's name, but when this same legislation was passed by the previous government, by our Harper government, a very similar piece of legislation, which we regret, many elements of which have been stripped from Bill C-76, there were many more hours of debate, many more days of debate than are being allowed here today. Again, only 3 opposition speakers have risen on this side of the House, and all of a sudden time allocation has been imposed. How can this government possibly look Canadians in the face with any sort of respect and say that they are working to properly defend the Canadian electoral process?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the irony from those comments from my honourable colleague are that even if they allowed many more hours of debate, they didn't take any amendments that would actually improve the bill to ensure that more Canadians were able to vote. In fact, they did none of that and did not accept amendments and made it more difficult for Canadians to participate in our election process, when something that this bill undoes, and rightfully so. With regards to amendments that were made at committee, these came from all political parties. I think that is something that is very important. Furthermore, those that were introduced by the government side were based on recommendations from the CEO of Elections Canada and the Commissioner of Canada Elections to strengthen provisions in the bill. This is something that on this side of the House we respect our independent officers of Parliament and we appreciate their advice in this process, and that is exactly what we did following the intense study that was undertaken at committee and the advice of those independent officers of Parliament. And so therefore, I think all Canadians can rest assured that this bill does good things for democracy, and in fact, the CEO and the Commissioner have both called for its speedy implementation to ensure that they have the tools necessary. Tools, I might add, that are expansive for the Commissioner, that enable him to both compel testimony, but also to compel testimony and also to prosecute these issues, tools that would have been useful in previous scandals that the other side of the House is quite familiar with when it comes to elections. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Up on something the Minister said about respect for the independent officers of Parliament and respect for the Chief Electoral Officer and the Commissioner, because both of them testified at committee saying that the privacy rules that govern political parties don't exist in this bill, that there's one deep flaw in this bill, and is that political parties need to come under some sort of privacy rules, because all C-76 says, and my friend from Toronto would know this well, all C-76 says is the parties just have to put some kind of policy on their website somewhere. The policy doesn't have to be enforceable. The policy doesn't actually have to protect Canadians' data and the integrity of our elections. They just seem to have one. So I'm wondering, this is a very specific question for the Minister. I know she prides herself on answering questions directly. Can she point to one a bit of evidence, one witness that came before us that said the bill at C-76 as drawn up with regards to privacy is sufficient? Because I can point to the Chief Electoral Officer, which she just said she has respect for. I can point to the Privacy Commissioner, which she said she has respect for. I can point to the Privacy and Ethics Committee, which actually has studied this question already and has recommended, as my friend would know, that privacy should apply to political parties, including Liberals on that committee, including the Liberal sitting right beside her. So my question would be this. If C-76 was our once-in-a-generation lifetime to make sure that our elections are free and fair, and that in order to do that, there must be rules applied to the political parties, all of the political parties, that are enforceable, that allow the Privacy Commissioner to review and chastise and bring to bear those parties that break those rules. And that is so fundamental to Canadians being able to cast a vote in a free and fair election, that the experts from England, from the United States, said if they had to do it over again, they would have had stronger privacy rules. that she, in fact, by bringing this bill in, is telling Canadians in 2019, when we go to vote, that foreign influence, hacking our systems, going after data from the Liberals, the Conservatives and the NDP will be allowed under the bill that she's just passing through Parliament, forcing through Parliament, contrary to their promises in previous parliaments. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. As I have said to him numerous times at committee and outside of this House, is that I do believe that C-76 takes an important first step when it comes to privacy, requiring political parties to publicly post a privacy policy statement on their websites. And when we talk about concrete action, in fact, shortly after C-76 was introduced, the New Democratic Party actually changed their public privacy policy statement. So it actually did have an effect, because prior to that there was a very weak policy statement on the New Democratic website. This will enable Canadians to look up what those privacy policies are. And in regards to enforceability, it's important to note that if a political party does not post a privacy policy, they could in fact be deregistered from Elections Canada, which is quite a significant stick, Mr. Speaker. I have also said to my honourable colleague numerous times that I think this particular issue requires more study. I am not opposed to a privacy regime for political parties. However, I think that we need to determine what exactly that looks like in a way that political parties can conduct the important work that they do engaging with Canadians while also protecting their privacy. When it comes to foreign interference, Mr. Speaker, this bill does many important things and takes many important steps to safeguard Canadian information, to understand where influence and interference is coming from, and to provide greater transparency for Canadians. We can be very proud of this legislation, Mr. Speaker, and the important steps it takes ahead of 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her comments today and laying the facts and putting them out there on the table. And the reality of the situation is, Mr. Speaker, is that this particular bill got held up in committee. It was filibustered by the Conservatives. When it came to this House yesterday, we had 178 amendments read in one by one, which wasted another hour and 15 minutes. Yet the Conservatives will go on and on and on about how they don't have an opportunity to debate this. I'm wondering if the Minister could help to shed some light on the process that this bill has actually gone through and how it's been slowed down along the way to get to where it is here today.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Kingston and the Islands for that question, because it sheds light on the process that has taken place since this bill was introduced, particularly from my colleagues in the official opposition, who at every single opportunity tried to obstruct and slow down the progress of this bill. In fact, since they completed their study of witnesses back in June, every time that the government members would try to move to clause by clause, they would threaten or move to filibuster. And so they took every single opportunity to slow down progress, as was seen yesterday when they introduced 177 amendments after committee went through clause by clause. That's in addition to the hundreds of amendments that they put forward. The media reported that it looks like obstruction, what they were doing in committee and here in this place, Mr. Speaker. And so I thank my honourable colleague for raising that, because it's quite clear that the official opposition does not want this bill to proceed, because they don't believe that every Canadian who has the right to vote should be casting that ballot, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, apparently the government thinks that they can propose bills that are 200, 300, and 400 pages long, but then they get to decide how many amendments from the opposition are too many. Maybe if they didn't put forward omnibus bills, we wouldn't move as many amendments. The minister seems not to know that the voter turnout went up dramatically in the last election. So if there was a bill that was aimed to disenfranchise Canadians, and we might all have different explanations about why that turnout number happened, but clearly new elections law in no way obstructed that dramatic increase in the number of people who participated. But I want to ask the minister about foreign interference in our elections. The elections bill that she puts forward puts in place no meaningful barriers to foreign interference in election, because it allows external agents, entities, to send money to Canadian organizations before an election, which can then be used during election. There are no meaningful provisions to prevent the transfer of funds before an election, which will then be mingled with local funds and used to influence the direction of the election. Why didn't this minister put in this bill meaningful measures to prevent foreign interference in elections?
Honourable Minister, in 30 seconds or less, please, if possible.
Well, I would first like to begin by addressing the huff and bluster from my colleague on the opposition side with regards to, if you looked at the amendments that they put forward, it was regard to deleting important provisions like vouching, deleting important provisions that would prevent Canadians from casting their ballot, delete provisions that would enable Canadians to participate in our elections. Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy and the irony from that side is unbelievable, and I would invite Canadians to look at those amendments that were put forward yesterday, and I think when they read through them, they will come to an agreement with us to ensure that this bill gets passed, and they know who, in fact, is protecting Canadian democracy and working hard to ensure it's accessible, fair, and the process has its integrity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and to move the vote that the House is now seized with.
Seconded by Ms. Gould, moved that in relation to Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts and to make certain consequential amendments, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill, and one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and que 15 minutes
that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at report stage and on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour, please say yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
They say members of parliament can't move quickly. My goodness.
The question is the following one. Ms. Chagger, seconded by Ms. Gould, moves that in relation to Bill C-76, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and other acts, and to make certain consequential amendments, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill, and one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at report stage, and on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare. Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jaeger.
Ms. Jaeger.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenté la Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenté la Petite Nation.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est île des Sœurs.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez Sangre.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser, Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr.
Mr.
Boissonneau.
Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascato.
Sorry, back to Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser
Mr.
Westnova.
Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massey. Avignon, Limité, Smatan, Metapedia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, le Mrs. Matan, Metapedia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon,
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanger.
Monsieur Serri.
Mr. Serri.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar, Mission Massey, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar, Mission Massey, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Cedar, Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Delta.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Ledoux.
Mr. Ledoux.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Alislav.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wall.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Carroll.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Miss Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Yeas pour, 148, 148. Nays contre, 75, 75.
Declare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to the House propose the motion? Is it agreed that we see the clock at 5:30? Agreed, and so ordered. Order. I would encourage members to carry on their conversations outside, especially those who are close to someone who might be about to speak. Alors, en conséquence, la Chambre abordera maintenant l'étude.
The House will now proceed to private members' business as indicated on today's order paper.
Consideration of motion M155 concerning Filipino Heritage Month, standing in the name of Mrs. Zaid.
Order. It is my duty to, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at time of adjournment are as follows. First, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon West, Indigenous Affairs. And secondly, the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay, Indigenous Affairs. J'ai l'honneur de faire savoir à la Chambre que le Sénat
I have the honor of informing the House that the Senate has sent a message indicating that it has passed the following bill, C-79, an act to implement the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement between Canada, Australia, Brunei, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, and Vietnam.
I have the honor to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows. From Rideau Hall, October 25th, 2018. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that Ms. Assunta Di Lorenzo, Secretary to the Governor-General and Herald Chancellor, in her capacity as Deputy of the Governor-General, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bills listed in the schedule to this letter on the 25th day of October 2018 at 3:51 p.m.
I have the honor of informing the House that a communication has been received. October 25th, 2018, the Honorable Chair. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor of informing you that Assunta Di Lorenzo, Secretary to the Governor-General and Chancellor Dam, as Deputy Governor-General, has given royal assent to the bills mentioned in the annex to this letter on October 25th, 2018 at 3 p.m.
Veuillez agréer, Monsieur le Président, Général Marie-Geneviève Munier. Bills assented to Thursday, October 25th, 2018, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, Harassment and Violence, the Parliamentary Employment and Staff Relations Act, and the Budget Implementation Act 2017, No. 1, Bill C-65, an act to implement the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for a Trans-Pacific Partnership between Canada, Australia, Brunei, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, and Vietnam, Bill C-79. Projet de loi ayant reçu la sanction royale.
The following bills have received royal assent on October 25th, 2018. An act to amend the Canada Labour Code, Harassment and Violence, the Labour Relations Act, and Budget Implementation Act No. 1, Bill C-65, an act to implement the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement between Canada, Australia, Brunei, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, and Vietnam, Bill C-79.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism has 9 minutes remaining in his speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today once again in support of motion M152 to designate the month of June as Filipino Heritage Month. As I initially indicated, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my good friend and colleague from Scarborough Centre for bringing forward this important motion. As you know, the Filipino Canadians are the third largest Asian Canadian group in our country. The 2016 Canadian census says that over 837,000 people of Filipino descent live in Canada, and it's expected to hit 1 million in a few years. The same data tells us that Tagalog is the fastest growing language in Canada. Based on a study conducted from 2011 to 2016, the use of Tagalog has increased by a staggering 35%. The Filipino community has embraced Canada, and Canada has and will continue to welcome their heritage, culture, and contributions. And therefore, as a government, I'm pleased to support this motion. And before I get to the substantive areas of my comments, I just want to acknowledge the enormous Filipino community that's in Scarborough that work very hard. I know I have a very significant population. Just recently, the Filipino Center of Toronto moved from downtown Toronto to Scarborough in Scarborough North, in fact, in my good friend Scarborough North MP's riding. And the Filipino, Coro Filipino is a choir group that regularly goes to St. Joseph's, and I often go there for Christmas. Their Christmas Mass is one of the things that I look forward to during that season, as well as Seniors in Action, who represent a very vibrant senior population of Filipino Canadians who have, in their retirement, in their twilight years, dance away many evenings throughout the year. St. Joseph's Church is one that is located in my riding. It's the only Catholic church that's in my riding, and I know routinely we have monthly Filipino masses, and it's one that I often attend, and especially during holidays. And of course, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate my good friend Gary Tanon, who's just been re-elected as the local Catholic School Board trustee. This is the type of vibrancy that exists in my community of Scarborough Rouge Park and in Scarborough generally with respect to the Filipino Canadian community. But this is not unique to just Scarborough, Mr. Speaker. It is a community that is vibrant and strong in many parts of this country. I know my good friend from Winnipeg North routinely talks about the successes, as do many other of our colleagues. So just want to give you some perspective. June is an important month in Philippine history and culture. It is Independence Day, which takes place on June the 12th, and it's an annual celebration that's celebrated not just in the Philippines but around the world for essentially independence of Philippines from Spain in 1898. Recognizing June as Filipino Heritage Month speaks to the historic and cultural significance of this month to this vibrant community. Mr. Speaker, Canadians of Filipino heritage have contributed in many invaluable ways to the fabric of our society. Many Filipino Canadians have received international recognition for their work and established themselves as leaders and trendsetters in their fields. They continue to leave an indelible mark on our diverse fabric in every aspect of our lives, strengthening Canada in this process. Filipino Canadians have attained notable political stature in Canada and are tireless champions for multiculturalism and advocates for the most vulnerable members of our society. The Honourable Ray Pagtacan made history by being the first Filipino Canadian to be elected to Parliament in 1988. He won his seat in the House of Commons from the riding of Winnipeg North. Mr. Pagtacan served as a parliamentary secretary to Prime Minister Jean Chrétien from 1996 to 1998 and was the first Filipino Canadian appointed to cabinet when he took on the role of Secretary of State in 2001. In 2017, he was invested as a member of the Order of Manitoba. As an anti-racism champion, he was given an award in September of 2018 by the Canadian Race Relations Foundation. And incidentally, Madam Speaker, today is the 25th anniversary of the election of Prime Minister Chrétien, if I just want to digress for a moment. Filipino Canadians are very prominent in Canadian film, television, radio, broadcasting, newspapers, and magazines. They're active in their communities, whether it be helping newcomers through the Multicultural Helping House Society in Vancouver, or organizing festivals like the Taste of Manila, Manitoba Street Festival, and Fiesta Calgary. They're business owners and add invaluable diversity to our multicultural country. Madam Speaker, the Filipino community has given Canada so much. Their hard work and dedication has a vast impact on cultural heritage and is often overlooked. One of the interesting statistics about Filipino Canadians, Madam Speaker, is in fact there are more women of Filipino heritage than men. This is in part due to the immigration patterns, where oftentimes many women have undertaken journeys to Canada to work in precarious employment situations where their labor essentially is used in many parts of our country to support Canadians be it through the healthcare system or through assistance with children or seniors. It is enormously difficult situations. Oftentimes, people are separated from their families for many, many years. And I know the hard work of many of these mothers particularly, and I want to thank them for their sacrifice, and these women who've worked so hard to build a life for themselves and their families. It is that bold and difficult journey that has really bolstered the community to these numbers that we see today, and the contributions that they make throughout our country. I want to give you an example, Madam Speaker. Mikey Bustos is a vlogger, actor, and author, and is a popular YouTuber with over 375 million views on his channels. His popularity has won him prizes and accolades. In addition, he was a finalist in the Canadian Idol. There are examples like Martina Ortiz Lewis, a prominent young singer of Filipino heritage. She was here at Parliament Hill for the singing of O Canada in this past year. Maria Aragon is a prominent singer of Filipino descent. Born in Winnipeg, Manitoba, her rendition of Born This Way by Lady Gaga went viral and reached over 11 million views this week. Her cover also garnered her performance with Lady Gaga herself in 2011. This designation of June as Filipino Heritage Month enables all Canadians an opportunity to reflect, celebrate, and appreciate the history, heritage, and important contributions of the Filipino-Canadian community, and to celebrate their successes. Our multicultural heritage is about more than just a commitment to welcoming diverse people from around the world. It is a commitment to principles of equality and freedom, grounded on human rights and enshrined in our laws and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The contributions of Filipino Canadians are vital to our social, economic, and political fabric. Today, we have an opportunity to acknowledge the critical role Filipino Canadians have in Canada's rich cultural fabric as a country, and an opportunity to recognize that their contributions to Canada are appreciated and valued. So I'd like to thank once again my good friend from Scarborough Centre for bringing forward this motion and reiterate our support for making each June Filipino Heritage Month. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Bellechasse des Etchemin-Lévis.
Oops. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to speak and rise this afternoon today to speak on behalf of the Conservative Party in support of this motion designating June as Filipino Heritage Month. Bien sûr, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to support this motion, of course, myself and my colleagues of the Conservative Party of Canada, in order to designate the month of June as Filipino Heritage Month. In Southeast Asia, there are 105 million Filipinos. In Canada, we have a diaspora, if not the biggest diaspora of Filipinos throughout the world.
Colleague of Abbotsford while my honourable colleague from the other side was speaking, and he reminded me at the same time that over the course of the last year we've seen a large wave of Filipino citizens coming into Canada. At some point they were even the largest number of immigrants that this country was welcoming. So it is more than suited in that regard to support and recognize this contribution of those new fellow Canadian citizens with Filipino heritage. It's indeed a community that is growing. My colleague just referred to it. It is a community with a rich and vibrant culture, and a community made up of hard-working Canadian citizens. It's probably one of their traits. In all, it is a community that contributes to strengthening the social fabric of Canada. It is a community that, through its contribution, makes this country the best in the world and greater still. Madam Speaker, I had the privilege to sit in the Conservative caucus with a an honorable colleague who has passed away, the late Senator Tobias Enverga, and I would like to take a few moments to pay a tribute to this great man who's in this day would be very proud because he, of course, he was a proud member of the Canadian Filipino community. Le sénateur Enverga est né en fait.
Senator Enverga was born in the Philippines, and like many fellow Filipinos, he chose to come to live in Canada. He did this to pursue a better life. In Canada, he not only worked very hard to meet the needs of his family, of his children, to give them a better standard of living, he also fully committed to Canadian life and fully integrated into it. Mr. Tobias Enverga was elected as member of the school board for the City of Toronto. At that point, he was the first Canadian of Filipino origin to occupy that position in the City of Toronto. He was a passionate promoter in ensuring that young Canadians had high-quality education. He occupied that position until 2012.
Enverga was again to make history for the Canadian Filipino community. He was then appointed to the Senate of Canada by the Right Honorable Stephen Harper, making history again. Senator Enverga became the first Canadian of Filipino origin to serve in the Senate, and I'm sure that the colleagues from the other place and from here will acknowledge that he served his country with great honor, and he was a source of pride not only for the member of my party, but for all parliamentarians and for Canadians. Senator Enverga also launched the Philippine-Canadian Charitable Foundation, which focused on bringing together the Filipino-Canadian community to promote the spirit of charity. The senator was a kind soul and someone the Filipino and all Canadians can be proud of. And again, on this very day, he would be very proud to see that his welcoming country is acknowledging not only his contribution, but the one of all the members of the Filipino community. And hopefully, when this bill will be passed and adopted, it's all in June, we'll have an opportunity to acknowledge this great contribution. The contribution of the Filipino-Canadian community to our country. One way in which this community is contributing to our country is through the outstanding entrepreneurial spirit of the Filipino member. Canadians of Filipino origin have founded several businesses and even brought some businesses from the Philippines to Canada. This includes the Philippine National Bank and, of course, several food businesses such as Goldilocks Bake Shop, Max's of Manila, Seafood City, and Jollibee, which recently made the news after announcing they would be setting up shops in several Canadian cities like Winnipeg, and maybe, hopefully, we'll get one in Quebec City and even in Lévis, Madam Chair. So speaking of Winnipeg, I've mentioned that there were a large diaspora of Filipino people in Canada. I discovered while preparing for that speech with my team that Filipino Canadians represent almost 9% of Winnipeg's city's population and about 7% of Manitoba's population. So it's a large and a significant footprint on the landscape of many of these western provinces, and this is certainly helping these provinces for their prosperity. Si on regarde du côté
If you look at Montreal, there are nearly 25,000 Canadians of Filipino origin. And, Madam Speaker, right here in the region of Ottawa-Gatineau. There are around 10,000.
Filipino community also contribute to our media through Filipino-Canadian publications like Filipino Canadian Magazine and One Radio 96.1 FM. It's Vancouver's first Filipino radio program. If you are willing to discover and encounter the amazing Filipino culture, and you can also go through the food. If you are, you can check out one of the many Filipino food festivals hosted throughout Canada, like Toronto's Taste of Manila, attended by about 350,000 people every year. My colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for Heritage, mentioned a lot of the contribution that are done by the Filipino members to contribute to the Canadian cultural landscape, especially in the media and the emerging media scene. And he referred to very prominent people we're very proud of, but they are Filipino Canadians are also contributing to Canadian sports. Nous avons, par exemple,
For example, there's a hockey player, Matthew Tumba, who plays for the Minnesota Wild, and he's a Filipino-Canadian.
We have Olympians such as Olympic archer Crispin Duenas, skater Gilmore Jr., and Ray Fortaleza, an Olympic boxer. Maybe, Madam Speaker, we have the privilege to have those people here in this very place when we welcome, as you know, all the Olympic sport athletes, and that is certainly a source of pride for all Canadians. Well, if we go in soccer, and we know it's a very popular sport there, the Guzman brothers have made us proud. Julian and Jonathan de Guzman made it to Europe's elite soccer league. So this is quite an accomplishment, Madam Speaker, including the Bundesliga and the Premier League. Vous savez, Madame la Présidente, on peut...
And Madam Speaker, we can be proud of all these people who are contributing to our prosperity here in Canada. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to say that we support the resolution and that we will be happy to move the motion forward to the next step and to send a message of welcome to the Filipino community.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure I rise today in full support of the motion to designate June as Filipino Heritage Month in Canada. As a member for Saskatoon West, I'm proud to represent many constituents of Filipino descent. The Filipino community in Saskatoon, indeed in Saskatchewan, and all throughout Canada have enriched our cultural diversity, worked and volunteered beside us, contributed to our joint community building projects, generously offered their leadership in times of need, and have become our friends and neighbours. In fact, the 2016 Canadian Census tells us that Saskatchewan has over 20,000 Tagalog speakers, one of the official languages of the Philippines, an increase of over 123% since 2011. Specifically in Saskatoon, of the residents who identified themselves as immigrants in that census, nearly 1/4 hailed from the Philippines. That is 10,000 strong and growing. The 2016 census shows the Tagalog language as an immigrant language is most commonly spoken on the prairies. 20,000 plus people list it as their mother tongue, 2% of the population, and over 11,000 people say it's the language they most commonly speak at home. In Saskatoon, Tagalog now ranks behind English as the second most common mother tongue. According to the most recent annual report of the IRCC, the Philippines is Canada's top source country for new permanent residents, PRs, with over 42,000, almost 14% of new permanent residents. This has been the case every year since 2013. I'm extremely proud of the Filipino-Canadian community in my riding who have contributed so much to our shared economic prosperity in Saskatchewan, while at the same time building a better life for themselves and their families. I'm proud to represent the residents of the Saskatoon Confederation Park neighbourhood, and it is with extra pride that I say this neighbourhood includes the largest population of Filipinos in my city. Of course, at one time, the community was much smaller, but that didn't deter Rose Lascamana and her family, who 10 years ago opened a Filipino store targeted at the small but growing community. It is this type of leadership and forward-thinking and risk-taking by Rose and many, many others who built up a business and while doing so, built up our community. It's through these efforts of local Filipino-Canadian business owners that Saskatoon was able to welcome newcomers from the Philippines with open arms. So thank you to Rose and her husband JR for your venture, the Global Pinoy Food Store, for believing in our community to grow and prosper, and congratulations for 10 years of service to our community. Madam Speaker, one of my favorite things to do as an MP is to attend citizenship ceremonies in my riding. And during my constituent week in October, I got to attend not one, but two. Both were, of course, very special, but one was extra special for a couple of reasons. First, it was Citizenship Week in Canada. Second, we were gathered at the wonderful Saskatoon Farmers Market, and I want to thank Erica Queering, the operations manager at the Saskatoon Farmers Market, for hosting us. And third, the Institute for Canadian Citizenship organized an opportunity for me and other community leaders to host table conversations with our brand new citizens. I met Ivan and his family from Iran, and Rachel, who was there with her sister. Rachel was nervous and shy, but very happy to be getting her citizenship, and happy, of course, to be together again with her sister and other extended family. Rachel came to Canada from the Philippines as a live-in caregiver. She had waited many, many years to get her citizenship. And it was wonderful to share that day with her, and it reminded me of the many women that come to my constituency office for help, who are raising other people's children, having come to Canada, many from the Philippines as live-in caregivers, the women whose children are growing up without their mother, who are working hard to earn money so that one day they can be reunited with their own children, who, like Rachel, dream of one day attending their own citizenship ceremony. The NDP have been long champions for the Filipino community, and my colleague from Vancouver East has continued those efforts. One of the most important yet invisible contributions of the Filipino Canadians is the many ways in which Filipino caregivers help raise our children and run our households. In 1992, some 75,000 Filipinos have become permanent residents of Canada through the federal government's caregiver program. The sales pitch was hard to resist. Help raise our children for 2 years and we'll reunite you with yours and give everyone a shot at permanent residency. Last year alone, some 23,000 Filipinos came to Canada under this program, but it's become a victim of its own success. In 2015, the backlog of applications for permanent residency was 17,600 names long. Citizenship and Immigration promised swift action and announced plans to expedite the approvals process, but for many, the wait, which now averages over 50 months, and that's after 2 years of employment, is torture. At home, their kids are growing up without them, and with rock-bottom wages in the Philippines, going back just isn't a viable option. And with the recent announcement by the federal government that the program will end in 2019, these women are understandably very concerned. It's not a secret that women who are employed through the caregiver program are vulnerable and sometimes face harsh working conditions for very little pay. At the same time, they're isolated and far away from their homes and families. Most of them don't get to see their children for many years. Yet they come and work under conditions that most of us would find trying, all for a chance at a better life. The least we can do is offer them better workplace protection and pathways to permanent residency in a process that's clear, stable, and not fraught with delays or uncertainty. Certainly, currently, the average application processing time for living caregivers is 4.5 years. The NDP is calling on the government to take immediate action to end the backlogs and processing delays that are keeping an estimated 40,000 living caregivers from reuniting with their families. We've always believed that if you're good enough to work here, you're good enough to stay. I hope that in addition to celebrating Filipino Heritage Month next year, the federal government will also be modernizing our immigration policies and processes and giving priority for reuniting families. Madam Speaker, all around my community, I see the good works brought about by members of the Filipino community, and their efforts are supported by residents from all different backgrounds. I was proud to participate in the Flores de Mayo Fiesta celebration, which last year raised funds for the Filipino Heritage School in Saskatoon, who is celebrating their 25th anniversary in 2017. Founded in 1996, the Filipino Heritage School is dedicated to preserving Filipino language and culture, strengthening unity within the community, and promoting intercultural understanding. The school's success is a collaborative effort of parents and families and teachers collectively working together to teach Filipino language and culture. The Filipino-Canadian Association of Saskatoon, or FILCAS, is a vibrant community organization in the city, serving as sort of the mother of all Filipino organizations in the city, and is the lead organizer of major Filipino-Canadian activities, such as the June 12th Philippine Independence Day, sports tournament, and the Filipino-Canadian annual Christmas party. Since the inception of Saskatoon Folk Fest, for 36 years, FILCAS has hosted the Filipino Pavilion, showcasing Filipino arts and culture and promoting Filipino heritage for all of us to enjoy. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge this year's Filipino Folk Fest Pavilion ambassadors, Hilbert and Grace Macadag, and Youth Pavilion ambassadors Julian Florida and Jada Ho for their warm welcome to my visit to the pavilion this year. It's been an honor for me, Madam Speaker, as the Member of Parliament, to attend ANCOP, Answering the Cry of the Poor fundraising walk for the past 2 years. This year they celebrated their 5th walk in Saskatoon and their 15th in Canada. The money raised in Saskatoon walks has supported 35 sponsored children to go to school and have built 30 houses in the Saskatchewan village in the Philippines. My community and I are proud to honor the many contributions of Filipino Canadians in Saskatoon. In closing, Madam Speaker, I must continue with the accolades to the Filipino community in Saskatoon. I only wish I had more time, as the list is longer than the time allows. I want to congratulate the University of Saskatchewan Filipino Student Association, who are honored this year with the prestigious University of Saskatchewan Vera Pezer Award for Student Enhancement as a Campus Group of the Year. And last, but certainly not least, I want to send a special shout out to the many Filipino Canadians working and caring as healthcare workers in my community, many of whom are proud members of the Service Employees International Union, SEIU West. President Barb Cape and the members of SEIU West are not only a great union, but also outstanding community partners supporting many, many local Filipino events and cultural celebrations. And so, Madam Speaker, I look forward.
Unfortunately, the time is up. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to share my time with the honourable member from Stevenson, Richmond East. Hello, ako ang mi.
A moment, please. So by sharing the time, the honourable member knows that he would only have 5 minutes, and he would need unanimous consent of the House. Does the member have unanimous consent of the House to share his time? Okay. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Hello, ako ang miyembro ng Parlamento para si Winnipeg Centre. Ipi ng mama laki ko na kumatawan sa aking kapwa Filipino. Nagsusumikap sila gumawa sila ng pagkakaiba ang mga Filipino ay Winnipeg. Hello, I am the member for Winnipeg Centre. I am proud to represent my fellow Winnipeg citizens. They work hard, they make a difference. Filipinos are Winnipeg. The first Filipinos immigrated to Canada in the 1930s. In the 1950s, 10 Filipinos were recorded in Manitoba. The first generation of Filipino Canadians were working as nurses and teachers and other professions in the health sector. By the 1970s, Madam Speaker, most Filipinos came to Winnipeg to work in health, clerical, sales, manufacturing fields. By the late 1970s, more Filipinos came to join relatives under the family reunification programs that the Canadian government had put forward. During the 1980s, Canada saw another wave of Filipino contract workers, with many employed as live-in caregivers. The Filipino people have made an important contribution to the life of Manitoba and Canada. There are over 80,000 Filipinos in Winnipeg, 80,000 Filipinos of Filipino heritage. These are our fellow citizens who make a difference each and every day to the people of Winnipeg and Winnipeg Centre. Around 1 in 10 people are Filipino. Around 1 out of 10 Filipino people in Canada call Winnipeg home. The Filipino community has a center in Winnipeg. It's called the Philippine Canadian Center of Manitoba, and it provides services to the Filipino community and supports events like Folklorama. The Filipino community is so important to Winnipeg because, for instance, Folklorama, a major cultural event, wouldn't be able to go forward without the volunteerism and the activism of the Filipino people. In Winnipeg, they are involved in the newspaper business as journalists, reporting on local news but also on news internationally. We have the Filipino Express News Magazine, the Filipino Journal, the Ang Periodico, Artista. There is also a radio station, the CKJS, which offers much Filipino information and broadcasting and services to Filipino people and the language. I have had the opportunity, since I have been the Member of Parliament in Winnipeg Centre, to stand next to my brothers and sisters from the Filipino community, to hear about their dreams and wishes. The Winnipeg Philippine population is largely concentrated in the north end of Winnipeg North and also the west end. In Winnipeg Centre, the neighborhood around Sargent Avenue in Arlington is 45% Filipino, and in the neighborhood around Sargent Avenue and Wall Street, it is 47% Filipino. I have held a town hall in my riding on Filipino issues. I've also had the opportunity of traveling to the Philippines to meet with senators and congressmen and women from the Philippines, learning about what we can do as in Canada to work better together in order to ensure trade, jobs, and ensure that more people can have a good and safe life here in Canada. The Filipino community contributes to the economy. They are hard workers. They are involved in our churches. They make a difference. The hardest workers come from the Philippines. It is a proud and honor to serve my fellow citizens of Filipino heritage. Salamat.
The honourable member for Stevenston, Richmond East.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I'd like to begin by thanking and congratulating the Member of Parliament for Scarborough Centre, all the hard work and dedication that she's done to get this motion and hopefully this bill to this House. Madam Speaker, I am blessed to come from a place called Steveston, East Richmond. And one of the thriving communities, individuals that live in Steveston, East Richmond, is the Filipino community. But it's more than a community, it's individuals. Individuals who love their families, who, as has been stated, believe in faith, in community, in church. I feel blessed to have gone to the birthday party of the granddaughter of one of my good friends, Willie Singonege. And you saw the love, the commitment to one another, but also the love and commitment to Canada, to the community. I was chatting with my dear, dear friend, Tony Rodriguez, who has just become the Grand Knight of the Knights of Columbus over at St. Paul's Church. And when I asked him, why are you doing this? You're so busy. Madam Speaker, he said, because I want to give back to the community. And members of the Filipino community are fiercely proud of their Filipino heritage, but perhaps are even more fiercely Canadian. Every June the 12th for the past 20 years or so, I've been over at City Hall, where we have a flag-raising ceremony, where we're celebrating in Richmond as I'm sure is done all across the country, Independence Day for the Philippines. And yet, beside that, we have the Canadian flag. And we stand and we sing proudly. I don't sing that well, but sing proudly both national anthems. And that's a testament of a community that not only contributes here in Canada, but also acts as a bridge towards deepening our links to the Philippines. I mentioned earlier on, Madam Speaker, the Knights of Columbus. The whole idea of giving back to the community is integral to the Filipino community. I had dinner a couple of weeks back at Ed and Mercy's Cafe and Restaurant, Little Ong Yin. And when I go there, it isn't just having a meal. It's sharing and talking to all folks in Richmond. It's not just folks of Filipino background that are there, but everyone. And that is a testament that the Filipino community is not just celebrating Filipino culture, but also Canadian culture. And Madam Speaker, we are officially recognizing, I'm sure we will, that the month of June will be known every year as a celebration for the Filipino cultural and heritage. But I would argue that it's also a recognition of Canadian culture, because as time goes on, 800,000 Canadians of Filipino background are molding, are shaping our culture. And that is a wonderful thing. And as our Prime Minister always says, diversity is a strength, not a weakness, because it's an ongoing process where Canadians of wherever they come from come to Canada and contribute not only to benefit their own families, but they contribute to benefit Canada, and they also change, I would argue, for the better, the nature and the culture of Canada. And there's no better community to be an example of that than the Filipino community. Madam Speaker, it's been my great honor to stand here today and to support our bill that will make June the month celebrating the heritage of the Filipino community. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just last week I spoke in the House and rose on the issue of Citizenship Week in Canada and how important that was, particularly to the Barrie Innisfil community. And we are truly blessed in Barrie Innisfil with the richness of cultures and the mix of cultures, whether it's the South Asian culture, the Filipino community as well, Madam Speaker. And so it gives me great pleasure to stand up today to speak to this motion by the honourable member from Scarborough Centre on the establishment of Filipino Heritage Month in the month of June. And my first exposure to the Filipino community in Barrie and in Innisfil was during my time that I spent 9 years on Barrie Council, and it was through the former MP who I replaced, Mr. Patrick Brown, who really had a deep and strong connection with the Filipino community. And I was able to, through Patrick, get to meet many of the great people who represent Filipino Canadians in Barrie. And I'll be speaking about them, and I'll be speaking about their organizations and just what they do for our community a little bit later on. But I think it's important to understand that there are 337,000 Filipinos that live in Ontario. And Madam Speaker, there's about 850,000 Filipino Canadians, hard-working, God-fearing people who've come to this country not only to contribute, but to contribute in a great way. And for over 60 years, Filipino Canadians have lived and worked in many communities across Canada, including my community of Barrie Innisfil, adding to our country's rich culture and heritage. And again, as I said, this motion will recognize that with Filipino Heritage Month in the month of June. Now, across the country, amazingly, there are about 1,000 Filipino associations who take up causes of charity, of awareness, and programs for children. And besides adding to our culture, Madam Speaker, Filipinos invest heavily in our country by running small businesses as well as large companies that employ thousands of Canadians across this country. Many Filipinos that I know within my community not only work one job, they work several jobs in order to not just contribute to our communities, but also to have a better life for them and their families and those people around them, Madam Speaker. Now, Filipino Canadians run over 30 newspapers and magazines across the country. In fact, one of our constituents, Beethoven Carrasco, runs a social media online magazine called the Federal Post. And it was my honor, Madam Speaker, shortly after I got elected to Parliament, to be able to do an interview with Beethoven to speak about my role as a member of Parliament, and that was widely distributed through social media to the Filipino community. Now, Filipinos also host about 25 festivals year-round, and they bring awareness to their unique culture, and those festivals are visited by well over 350,000 people across the country. Just one festival alone, the Taste of Manila in Toronto, attracts hundreds of thousands of people to that event. And in 2014, Canada was well represented in the Winter Olympics by Filipino-Canadian Gilmore Junio, a long-track Olympic speed skater, and we all watched with pride in those Olympics as many Canadian athletes we cheered them on, Madam Speaker, for the work they did. And it didn't matter which country they came from. What mattered is what country they represented, and that was Canada. And you can see the pride in many of those athletes' faces as they continue to work. Now, I do get to go to several of the Filipino community events that happen within our community. In fact, the Christmas party at the Allendale Recreation Center is one where hundreds of members of the Filipino community come together. They celebrate their culture, they celebrate Christmas with fantastic traditional wardrobes from the Philippines, and there are performances that go on, but Madam Speaker, it's the food. The food. And I often say to people that you don't get a body like this by not eating food like the Filipinos can make, and it's quite something. And so they also contribute as well, Madam Speaker, through Easter egg hunts. It's a way to get the community, and not just the Filipino community, but many members of our community to get together at Sunnydale Park in North Barrie, and they have a massive Easter egg hunt there. And I know that there are several organizations within Simcoe County. The Bayanihan Club of Simcoe County is one, the Filipino Canadian Association of Barrie is another, and the Fadingapong Migrant Sa Barrie is another organization that brings the Filipino community together. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, they are extremely proud of the contributions that have been made politically in this country as well. And of course, we can think back to the first Member of Parliament in Canada, and of course, the first senator. Of course, Ray Patagran was first elected as a Member of Parliament, the first Filipino Member of Parliament. And of course, what can we say about Senator Tobias Enverga, Madam Speaker, who passed away unfortunately and quite suddenly while on parliamentary business in Colombia. And I can tell you, shortly after Senator Enverga passed away, the Christmas party that I was speaking about earlier was held in Barrie, and there was so much love and so much respect, and so many people were going to miss Senator Enverga. He was everywhere, not just within the Filipino community, but those diverse communities in and around the Greater Toronto area, and the tears flowed heartily for Senator Enverga after his passing, and they actually paid a video tribute to the senator, and it was quite moving and quite touching as well. And I know, my colleague for the provincial legislature, member of provincial parliament, Andrea Kanjan, has a deep connection within the Filipino community, a deep connection to Melly Titus from the Bayanihan Club. I mentioned about Beethoven, Cordero Carrasco, and his little boy JC, and I'll tell you what, you talk about a spinning image of his dad. This kid looks exactly like his dad, and they've always got a smile on their face, and they're always posting on social media, bringing great joy to not just the Filipino community, but others as well. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Elmore Kudanen as well, Madam Speaker, who is the patriarch, I would call him, of the Filipino community, one of the first people I met within the Barrie Filipino community. And Elmore, to this day, remains a good friend and a strong contributor. And of course, the Filipino-Canadian Association of Barrie with Rose Malott. There are, again, so many that contribute to so much to our community as well. And I will say, and I want to promote this because, as I mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, the connection, the deep connection to the Philippines that the Canadian Filipino community has is very strong. And anytime there's a natural disaster, anytime there's a significant event that goes on in the Philippines, you can always count on the Barrie, Simcoe County, Innisfil area Filipino community to step up and do what they need to do in order to help their countrymen back in the Philippines. And this Saturday, and again, I go to many events within my community, as most members of Parliament do. I'm actually attending a Latin Association festival, Latin Heritage Festival, that's going on Saturday afternoon. But Saturday evening, Madam Speaker, there's a film showing and a MIDI concert for a cause. It's a fundraising event for a typhoon that happened, Mangkhut, and for the Ompong victims. Now, there are three groups that are coming together: the Bayanihan Club, the Filipino-Canadian Association of Simcoe Barrie, and the I knew I was going to get this wrong, the Pilakapong Migrant sa Barrie, are coming together Saturday evening for a fundraiser. Now, it's just a $5 donation or more. They're going to have lots of things, a concert that's going on, but it's happening this Saturday, October 27th. It starts at 6 p.m. at the Burton Avenue United Church, 37 Burton Avenue in Barrie. Now, I'm going to be there along with the Mayor of Barrie, Jeff Lehman. I know our Member of Provincial Parliament is going to be there, Andrea Kanjan, as well. As will the member from Barrie Springwater, Oro Medante, will be there. And I would encourage anybody who's able to come out and help the Filipino community, help their fellow countrymen get through this situation with the typhoon. I'm very proud to stand here, and I'm very proud of our Filipino community. They contribute so much to our community, and I consider them deep and dear friends. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise au débat.
Resuming debate.
Député de Pierrefonds Dollard.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds Dollard.
Understand that correctly?
There's 7 minutes to be divided by 2 if you choose to share.
I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for me to split my 7 minutes with my colleague from Nepean.
Does the member have unanimous consent?
Yes.
Yes.
It's unfortunate because
L'honorable député de Pierrefonds Dollard.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds Dollard.
To speak to motion 155 to make June Filipino Heritage Month. And before I start, I'd just like to give a great shout out to the member from Scarborough Centre, who's done a fantastic job in doing all this work to bring this to fruition and bring us to this point today. Bravo. I congratulate her. And I would point out, Madam Speaker, she's done this under some duress too, as she's been battling some personal sicknesses, and she's just come through flying colors. So I'm very happy to see her here in full form. Now, Filipinos have contributed to the social, cultural, and economic fabric of Canada in phenomenal ways. I am so proud of all my friends and all the communities that I see come together in the Filipino diaspora here in Canada. If we look at it, what they've done socially, what they've done culturally and economically, every aspect of Canadian culture and our country they've contributed to. And I personally have a privilege of having 3 excellent associations in my riding. And my riding encompasses the city of Dollard-des-Ormeaux, Pierrefonds, Roxborough, and Il Bazar. And these great societies, I'll start off with FCOWI, the Filipino-Canadian Association of the West Island. They're run by Mr. Adar Bullison, and they do all kinds of work in sports, social, cultural activities, and I've gone and played basketball with them. They're much better than me, Madam Speaker, but I play with them anyways. Then you have Swiss, the seniors from the West Island and suburbs. They are under the leadership of Mr. Roger Yarrow, but he's just stepped down, and my friend Connie Fabro has taken over president. I'm sure she'll do a great job. For them, seniors, bingo, line dancing, excursions, I try and keep up. I'm not that good. Finally, we have PAWAS, the Filipino Athletic Association of the West Island and suburbs. Their president, Jojo Tanejo, works with all the youth to make sure they all get to play basketball. Now, for me, on a personal level, I've been involved with the Filipino community for the last 20 years because when I first started playing tennis, it was them that brought me into their group and let me play with them when I was no good and learn. And I have my friends, Greg de Guzman, Luis Sarasola, and particularly Benny Bote, who made it a point to always beat me in tennis, but I've gotten better. And finally, while I stand here, I'd also like to point out that I'm sitting beside me is my good friend and my colleague from Mount Royal. And his riding is really the heart of the Filipino community in Montreal. There you have the umbrella group FAMAS and so many others. I can't begin to name them all. He's asked me to name them all, but unfortunately I can't do it. There's just too many of them. But there are sports associations, regional associations, cultural associations, and they all contribute so well to the community of Montreal. And I can tell the community that there's been no greater advocate for them in the House of Commons than my good friend and colleague from the riding of Mount Royal. So together, I'd like to say to all the Filipino community of Canada, Mabuhay.
Bravo.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak about YAM 155, brought by my good friend and the member from Scarborough Centre. This motion seeks to recognize, celebrate, and raise awareness of the Filipino community in Canada and designate June as the Filipino Heritage Month. My riding of Nepean and the National Capital Region is home to the 6th largest Filipino community in Canada, with nearly 10,000 Filipinos residing here. Madam Speaker, there are a large number of organizations in Canada working hard to keep Filipino culture alive. One is Canadian Filipino Net, which is a group of Canadian Filipinos passionate about raising the profile of Filipinos in Canada by providing news and views about Canadian Filipino communities across the country. According to it, Tining Pinoy Radio, an Ottawa-based internet station, which is an online radio station that reaches out to millions of Filipinos across the world with its unique blend of programming. Tining Pinoy, which in English means Filipino Voice, delivers news from Philippines, updates from various Filipino communities in different countries, interviews, and opinions on various issues. Tining Pinoy is hosted by founder and executive Dan DeCastro, with Regina Sosing as its fantastic program director and Jerry Orsia as technical producer. We have a dynamic Filipino community in Ottawa today. We have Philippines Independence Committee of Ottawa Valley, led by very active President Nora Arreola. We have very active Filipino community leaders like Regina Janduco of Hiligaynon Association, Ms. Lily Lay of Filipinia Association of Ottawa Valley, Ms. Melly Gomez of Ottawa Valley Philcan Seniors Association, Ms. Maura David of Assumption Parish Organization, Dr. Ruby Formaso of Philippine Heritage Foundation Canada, Mr. Rafael Mamaril of Philippine Center Canada, Mr. Lawrence Loretta of the Ilocano Nagrut Society. We also have very active community leaders like Sonia Del Rosario, who was awarded Nepean's Canadian 150th Anniversary Medal for our contribution to the community. According to the writer Jujan Nesta, Filipinos have great characteristics and qualities every one of us should be proud of. One, hospitality is a very different kind of value system which has existed in their community for thousands of years. Number two, respect. This is often observed not just by younger people, but also all ages. Number three, strong family ties and religion. Number four, generosity and helpfulness. Number five, strong work ethic. And number six, loving and caring. Madam Speaker, I am proud to support designating June as the Filipino Heritage Month. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre has a right to reply for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank all my colleagues who contributed to this important debate, sharing their support for designating June as Filipino Heritage Month, and their own reflections on the contributions of the Filipino community to Canada. The diversity of stories and examples from coast to coast to coast strongly demonstrates the impact this community has had on our great country. The member for Calgary Forest Lawn, an honorary Filipino, he says, told us about the strength of the Filipino community in Calgary and the great events organized by the Diamond Seniors Club. My friend from Vancouver East spoke about the sacrifices made by Filipino caregivers and the need to do more to end their separation from their own family. It's a statement I fully support. The Filipino Centre of Toronto recently moved to Scarborough North, and my colleague from that riding spoke about the valuable service they provide to the community. The members for Winnipeg North and Kildonan St. Paul spoke about the strong roots the Filipino community have built in Winnipeg, especially the garment workers, many of them women, who laid a strong foundation for the generations that would follow. And the Member of Parliament for Markham Unionville recognized the Markham Federation of Filipino Canadians, which works to promote the appreciation and sharing of the Filipino culture, heritage with other cultures, and helps to bring all cultures together. Today, Member of Parliament for Scarborough Rouge Park talked about the contributions of the Filipino Canadians on the cultural landscape of our country. Also, the member for Saskatoon West talked about how Rose and her husband built Global Pinoy Food Store, and they serve the community in Saskatoon. And also she talked about the healthcare workers' contributions they are doing for Saskatoon. The Member of Parliament for Winnipeg Centre talked about the important role Filipino Canadian Centre for Manitoba is playing in their city. Member of Parliament for Steveston Richmond East talked about how Canadians of Philippine origin are adding to the diversity of Canada and to our rich culture and heritage. Madam Speaker, the Filipino community in Canada is excited about this motion. It's long overdue. Many Filipino Canadians will be traveling next week to Ottawa to witness this vote in person, and many more will be watching this exciting moment on the television. And I'm sure the late Senator Tobias Envarga, the first Filipino-Canadian senator, will be watching proudly as well. I look forward to standing in this place with all of you next week to say salamat to Canadians of Philippine origin, as we pass this motion and confer this recognition on a community that has done so much for Canada. And next June, as we mark the 70th anniversary of the diplomatic relations between Canada and the Philippines, I look forward to celebrating with all of you and with Filipino Canadians from coast to coast to coast, the first official National Filipino Heritage Month. Mabuhay Canada, mabuhay Philippines.
Mabuhay.
The question is as follows. Ms. Zahid, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, move that, in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the contributions that Filipino Canadians have made to Canadian society, the richness of the Filipino language and culture, and the importance of reflecting upon Filipino heritage for future generations by declaring June every year, Filipino Heritage Month. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter cette motion?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion veulent bien.
All those in favor will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Conformément à l'article 80.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division is deferred until Wednesday, October 31st, just before private members' business.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, back in June, when I asked this government why there is still no Indigenous housing strategy, the then Parliamentary Secretary of Indigenous Services replied that Budget 2018 had put aside some monies for Indigenous housing and that the housing gap they experience is unacceptable. It's almost 6 months later, Madam Speaker, a year since the National Housing Strategy was tabled and 3 years since this government is elected, and we still have no distinct Indigenous housing strategy. So really, how unacceptable is it? I'm sure the Parliamentary Secretary will agree with me that the monies announced so far in Budget 2018 are really just a drop in the bucket, and the need for culturally appropriate housing for Indigenous people is a huge ocean. Yet this government has seen fit to delay an Indigenous housing strategy. Yes, they say it's coming, but we must see something concrete, otherwise they are just words. I know they haven't forgot about it. I wonder if it's just not important enough. Madam Speaker, the appalling conditions on reserves are unacceptable. Mold, overcrowding, no safe drinking water. I could go on. And 87% of Indigenous people in Canada live off reserve, and they also face 10 times the risk of housing insecurity and homelessness as non-Indigenous Canadians. This is unacceptable. In my community of Saskatoon West, I've met someone who lives in an unheated garage because there's nothing else he can afford. How is this acceptable in a country as rich as ours? It's unacceptable that a full year after announcing a national housing strategy, this government has yet to announce an Indigenous housing strategy. It's unacceptable and offensive that this government would overlook the pressing and dire housing conditions that Indigenous peoples face. And it's beyond insulting that the best they can do is to create a housing design competition. It's no wonder that it's been called the Hunger Games of on-reserve housing by advocate Arnell Tailfeathers. The issue of housing and poverty is not to be relegated to something as demeaning as a contest in order to win prize money. However well-intentioned it may be, it absolutely misses the mark of dealing with the issues, which is really that housing issues within First Nations communities are at a crisis point. As my colleague, the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay, has said, this is a publicity stunt by a government that promised better. They have chronically underfunded housing needs on reserve. So many innovative projects have died on the desks of an indifferent ministry. They are shifting the blame. Year after year, government after government has pledged to do more, but still the conditions on reserve persist. The knowledge is there, the money is there, yet no government has had the political will to act and make a difference. So much for real change. It's more of the same from this government. Other than pretty words, this government has all but ignored Indigenous housing. And they are so much more disappointing than the previous government's blatant disregard. I would ask the Parliamentary Secretary if he could explain why buying a pipeline is more important than fixing the housing crisis in Canada, particularly for Indigenous peoples. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Monsieur la Présidente, Madame la Présidente, excusez.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for her question. And I recognize that we are on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people.
Committed to closing the unacceptable housing gaps for Indigenous peoples. We made a significant investment of $554.3 million early on in Budget 2016 to address urgent housing needs on reserve. As a result of these investments, 14,107 total housing units have been or are being built, renovated, retrofitted, or lots serviced as of June 30th, 2018. Indigenous Services, in partnership with the Assembly of First Nations, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, will continue to work with First Nations to reform co-reserve housing and ensure reliable, sustainable infrastructure for Indigenous peoples. Indigenous leaders have been clear. They do not want a one-size-fits-all approach for improving Indigenous housing. The government agrees. This is why, in addition to the National Housing Strategy Funds, through investments made in Budget 2017 and Budget 2018, the government has dedicated funding to support the successful implementation of each of the distinctions-based housing strategies, including $600 million over 3 years to support First Nation housing on reserve as part of a 10-year housing strategy that is being developed with First Nations, $400 million over 10 years to support an Inuit-led housing plan in Nunavik, Nunatsiavut, and the Inuvialuit settlement region. This is in addition to the $240 million over 10 years announced in Budget 2017 to support housing in Nunavut. A draft Inuit-Nunagat housing strategy has been co-developed by Inuit partners, Crown Indigenous Relations, and Northern Affairs Canada, Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation, and Employment and Social Development Canada. It is expected that the strategy will be finalized over the coming months. In addition, $500 million over 10 years for the delivery and control of affordable and social housing by the Métis Nation, the first of its kind in Canada. On July 19, 2018, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, Carolyn Bennett, the President of the Métis National Council, Clément Chartier, and the presidents of the MNC governing members signed the Métis Nation Housing Subaccord. The Métis Nation Housing Subaccord reflects a shared commitment to narrow the core housing gap and further Indigenous self-determination in this important area of social policy. We will continue working with partners to advance Indigenous-led approaches to close the housing gap for Indigenous peoples. I look forward to working with the member opposite on this critical issue, and I thank her for her strong advocacy. Merci. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for his reply. And I am hopeful, perhaps it's not a good thing to be sometimes, but instead of, I'm disappointed, I am hopeful the Parliamentary Secretary, Madam Speaker, did mention that the Indigenous housing strategy should be coming forward. But I think what we often hear from this government is a list of actions and a list of funding, I think in the hopes that somehow people will be dazzled by that and think that it's enough. And it's not enough. And it's not enough to build the housing, the better housing we need on reserves. It's not enough to bring clean drinking water or even a school to the families forced to live in third world conditions. It's a big problem. It needs big, bold action. And I want this government to step up sooner rather than later and not continue to talk about the issue, but actually step up and act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we are deeply committed to renewing the nation-to-nation, Inuit Crown and government-to-government relationship with Indigenous peoples. We believe that all Canadians should have access to safe, adequate and affordable housing, and I know that my honourable colleague is a strong advocate in regard to this as well. Indigenous leaders have told us that when it comes to housing in First Nations and Inuit and Métis Nation communities, the best approach is one that respects the distinct needs of each group. We will continue to work with our First Nation, Métis and Inuit partners to develop and implement distinctions-based housing strategies that are tailored to their need. And I may also close that it's never wrong to have hope, and I only offer that advice to my honourable member. Thank you.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What is the price of a political vendetta? Well, if you're the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations and you're trying to shut down the survivors of St. Anne's Residential School, The cost is $2.3 million and counting that this government has been willing to spend to fight survivors of some of the most horrific child sexual abuse, torture, child rape that's ever been perpetrated in the country of Canada. So what is the issue here that this government is trying to suppress? Well, it was the decision by the Justice Department of Canada to take 10,000 pages of evidence, the names of 180 perpetrators, that they were legally obligated to turn over to the hearings for the St. Anne survivors. And instead of presenting that evidence, present what is a lie in a legal term, a false evidence narrative, which was their obligation to present what documents there were to say there was no history of sexual and physical crimes at St. Anne's, but oh, there were so many. Bishop Jules Legérière is named in the list. Bishop Henri Ballot, Father Langlois, Father Arthur Lavoie, who has a persons of interest report of over 2,000 pages. That was suppressed. So what was the effect of that? Well, cases were thrown out. And I would never have stood up in this House and spoken on a case before hearings, except this was brought to me in 2013, almost 10 years into the process, where Edmund Matadawabin came to me and he said, our people who suffered so much are having their cases thrown out. They're being told they're not believable. Justice Department lawyers are lying in the hearings because the Justice Department has these documents. And I thought at the time, as a member of Parliament, if I wrote and said, how is it possible in a legal process that you could suppress evidence, that this would be handled? Well, they were forced to turn over documents, Madam Speaker, but then the question is, what about justice in the cases? So I wrote to the Oversight Committee of the independent assessment process, asking what happens when the government fails in its duty. Nobody dealt with that. I wrote to the adjudicators, what happens when people are denied their most basic legal rights? And nobody dealt with that. And what happened was 2 cases came forward, Madam Speaker, and this is where the $2.3 million has been spent. One case, H15019, a victim of horrific child rape, who government lawyers said he wasn't believable, that they couldn't even prove that the perpetrator was in the institution at the time, when they had a massive file on this person. That person, that predator, had been in that school for 40 years, and the Justice Department knew it, and they had that case thrown out. And so when this person used their basic legal rights to go back and try and reopen that case, the government said they could not be done. And so I want to read to you when we had Phil Fontaine rose on this issue at the AF. He said that Canada had a legal obligation because of, under the procedural fairness is a fundamental implied in the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement and the IEP. They were designed to be fair, reasonable, and in the best interests of the claimants. This is what he presented in his affidavit. I always expected the IEP would respect First Nation and individual rights to a process at least as fair as any other hearing before a court or similar process. And he said he would not have signed the agreement, this was his affidavit, if he had known that the basic principle of procedural fairness was not respected. And the government lawyers ridiculed Fontaine's position, stating that they should not give any evidentiary weight to this affidavit of Phil Fontaine, who signed this agreement, the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement, and said that his paragraphs are largely speculative in hindsight. At no assistance is to receive theoretical views of subjective intent. It wasn't intent, subjective.
Unfortunately, the time is up. The honourable member will have another minute. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are committed to justice for all Indian residential school survivors. As the member well knows, our government has provided all the documents to the courts, those that have been asked for, when it comes to the St. Anne's residential school. We're also working with those claims that were affected by the previous government's actions to settle those in a fair and equitable way. It's important to note that more than 95% of all claimants from St. Anne's have received compensation, much higher than the national average for residential school claims. As the supervising court has made clear, and I quote, the evidence shows Canada has kept its promise and continues to keep its promise. While now most claims have been resolved, Madam Speaker, Those few remaining do include the most difficult and challenging. And unfortunately, Madam Speaker, that has led to far too many court challenges. As the administrator of the IRSSA, Canada has a duty to defend the integrity of the process and to ensure fairness for all participants. These cases have brought further clarity to the process, ensuring that all survivors are treated equitably and in the spirit of the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement that was approved more than 12 years ago. The legal fees referenced by the honourable member is an accounting of existing internal legal resources, which were dedicated to ensuring that claimants receive the compensation they deserve and the integrity of the independent process. No outside fees have been incurred in any of the cases brought against Canada. It's also important to note that Canada has never, and our government will never, seek legal costs against any individual claimant. In exceptional circumstances, costs can be sought against lawyers who do not appear to be acting responsibly. Sadly, Madam Speaker, in one of these cases the member refers to, the court has stated that counsel's repeated and deliberate attack on the integrity of the court threatens to interfere with the administration of justice. Baselessly attacking the credibility of the courts and of the independent assessment process that has handled more than 38,000 cases does a great disservice to survivors. Counsel is responsible for the symbolic costs that have been awarded, and they will be donated to a fund that supports former students. Our government has reached negotiated settlements to undo the harm caused by the previous government's unethical legal arguments, such as the so-called administrative split. Our government has reached negotiated settlements to address claims of student-on-student abuse who face too high of a legal bar to be fairly compensated. We have repeatedly shown the willingness and desire to work closely with survivors to help them on their healing journey and to undo the terrible legacy Indian residential schools have left in Canada. As the courts have said, the evidence is clear. Our government has kept and is keeping its promise to residential school survivors. Thank you.
Member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, that's ridiculous. We have that Minister of Indigenous and Crown Relations who spent $2.3 million fighting survivors of child rape. Why? Because her officials went in and suppressed evidence and lied in those hearings. And so when Phil Fontaine brought forward his affidavit on the fundamental legal principle of procedural fairness, he said they never would have signed this Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement if the rights to procedural fairness that were given to survivors who fought in court were also given under the IEP. And we have her officials going all the way to Superior Court to shut down two key cases. They're not difficult cases. They're the cases that will show how much this government has gone to suppress evidence. So yeah, St. Anne survivors, some of them have received compensation. But we have no idea of how much compensation has been denied accurately because the refusal of government to turn over evidence. So I ask my colleagues, what kind of government allows a kangaroo court where people are not denied procedural fairness? This is a question, and Carolyn Bennett has a vendetta against this.
I'm sorry. The honourable member is out of time, and the honourable member does know that he's not to mention an MP or a minister by name in the House of Commons. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Madam Speaker, I want to acknowledge the passion with which the member opposite conveys his point. I disagree strongly with some of the conclusions that he's drawing. Madam Speaker, I was given him the opportunity quite quietly to advance his point, however passionately, without criticizing me. I would ask that you would accord the same respect to me as he's leaving the House. As we've said, Madam Speaker, in regards to Indian school residential school court cases, Canada has not and will not seek costs against survivors. In exceptional circumstances, costs can be awarded by the courts against counsel whose conduct they find questionable and undermine the integrity of the court system. We have repeatedly shown the willingness and desire to work closely with survivors to help them on their healing journey and to undo the terrible legacy of Indian residential schools have left in Canada. And as the member opposite well knows, 95% of those claims in respect to St. Anne's Residential School have now been resolved. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'ajoute.
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have adopted. The House therefore remains adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow, pursuant to the relevant standing order.